Is that good now?
Partially. Hold on. Oh, now.
Okay, can you hear me now? Hello, Armac. Am I audible now? Yay! Hooray! I was telling you about a webcomic, so it wasn't super exciting. It's a webcomic that's called Everyday Batman, and like it's just Batman doing like boring everyday things. And there's my favorite one is just like it starts off with like a blank GIF, and then you just see Batman like zoom across backwards in a desk chair, like going like wee. It's very fun. So, anyway, hello. Sorry about the sound, whatever it was. But it's fixed now, and that's what's important. I hope everyone's having a good weekend. What's wrong?
Just making sure that's not the one with the mic used.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I see how the Smeagol cam is working. We ordered sushi right before the stream started, and Brian hasn't had a chance to sit down and eat his yet, so Smeagol is making sure no one touches it, because she's a very good and considerate dog.
She's gonna fucking kill me when I get to that.
It's something for all of us to look forward to.
Yeah, all of us.
Yes. So, today, I'm gonna be doing a little bit more work on the Salt Dragon. Hi, Jitsia, what's up? What are you doing down there? It's very suspicious. The cat is under the couch and just like, I think, headbutting my ankles.
That sounds like her.
Yeah. What is the new Batman that is coming out and who plays Batman? Is that the one with, Cedric Diggory? What's his name? Edward Cullen?
Yes, I believe so.
Robert Pattinson. There we go. I knew I could get there.
He's going to be...
I think that's the new one? Oh no, Aliens Talk Puppy is sick. I hope you didn't get the COVID that's going around Twitch. Since, like, everyone seems to keep getting it. But Brian and I have a very, very sound policy where we just don't leave the apartment ever. And that's been working. Although, other roommate is gone right now, and I'm very jealous. Like, this is how much I love you guys. She won tickets for Six tonight, which is the musical about the 6 queens of Henry VIII. And...
The 6 victims of Henry VIII?
And, I'm like, no, I have a live stream. So,
hey,
I am here.
This is my food.
Hi! Yeah. Yeah. Where's your food? I know. You would not like a spicy tuna roll.
She would fucking love it.
Yeah. You're very cute.
I'm gonna make her happy though.
Yeah. You mean Off with Their Heads? Yeah. It's a really good musical. I went and saw it. When did we see it? Like when Broadway reopened.
Yeah, it was the second play that we went and saw.
Yeah. And oh my gosh, I mean, y'all know how much I am obsessed with the Tudors. The number 6 outlived Henry. Yes, she did. Not by a lot. Only like I think 3 years. And I have some feelings about Catherine Parr. Let's say. She is on the shitter list. Yes. What are you guarding? Okay, fine, you guard that. Yeah, Catherine Parr and ended up on the shitter list mostly because of how she treated Elizabeth after Henry died. It was not cool, to say the least. Like, at worst, she was abusive and allowed a predator to take advantage of her stepdaughter. At worst, she was a participant. So, like, there's no, like, yeah. So she did a lot of good stuff. Like the fact that she was a published author as a woman in the 1500s, like that's wild. Like
she was accomplished.
Yeah, she was accomplished. Yeah. Hi. I'm not giving you any of my sushi. No, that's not for you. Ooh, what's that? Is that food for Shmiel? There we go. Okay. Catherine is the sister of one of his wives. No, Catherine, so he was married to 3 different Catherines. He was married to Catherine of Aragon. She was the first one. Then he was married, the next one was Anne Jane. So then the next one was Catherine Howard, wife number 5. She had her head cut off. And then wife number 6, who's outlived him, was also Catherine.
Aragon Howard Parr.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's 2 that were executed, and that's Catherine Howard and Anne Boleyn. Catherine Howard was executed on grounds of adultery and not being forthcoming with her sexual history from before she married the king, which, after her execution, that was made into a law that, like, you had to say what your sexual history was if you were going to be entering a relationship with a royal. So that's fun. And then Anne Boleyn, my girl, whose picture is currently not on the wall because we needed the wall space for something earlier. But she was executed on the grounds of witchcraft and adultery, and she was innocent of both. So the witchcraft...
Definitely witchcraft, assuming adultery. Like, there's no evidence of adultery.
Yeah, like, well, the thing is, like, so she was accused of committing adultery with 5 different men. And Alien Sock Puppy, you're wrong, but I love you. And some sushi is cooked. So I have shrimp tempura and eel. So all of that is cooked. But yeah, so she was accused of witchcraft, which, like, definitely innocent of. Like, she was actually like extremely religious. And then the adultery charges, she was accused of committing adultery with 5 different men, and one of them was her brother, and so that is definitely not true. Like, they were very close, like, closer than most siblings in the time, but, like, not like adultery, or not like incest close. And then the other 4 men were just random men who had pissed off Thomas Cromwell, and the only one who admitted to committing adultery was the only one who was not a noble, and therefore the only one who could be tortured. So is that why Princess Diana had to have a gynecological exam before her and Conchita could get married? Yeah, that was, down from Henry VIII. Yeah. Lannister close. No, like, they were just, like, close siblings. Like, there were no indications of incest or adultery or anything like that. Hi.
I love she polished off her food and immediately went back.
Yeah. That's sculpting epoxy. That's not food.
She does not understand the difference.
But yeah, like, so her brother's wife, like, testified against them to be like, yeah, they're totally, like, committing incest and adultery and stuff. And then she later went crazy with guilt. Like, she legitimately lost her mind. And Henry VIII had to make a new law saying that people who were insane could still be executed because he wanted to execute her, but it was against the law. So he managed to change that and then executed her. So, it's a fun time.
What was the process
Hello, Jess.
For him to add a law or get a law added?
Say, we're doing a new law.
Okay.
And then get someone to write it out for him, and then he signs it, and that's about it.
They had parliament at the time.
There was a parliament, but he was still, like, it was more of like a...
advisory body?
Yeah, if that. Like, it was almost like a formality that didn't really have power.
Gotcha.
Kind of like how the royalty is now, is what parliament was then.
Gotcha.
Yeah. It's good to be the king, yeah. Oh, thank you, Rhetoriku! 250 followers! Kind of a big deal, you know? I'm pumped. 250 followers is way more than respected, for sure. So, but yeah. Packers are football, right?
Yeah.
Niners, does that mean the 49ers? I know that is San Francisco because I was a child who grew up in California, and so, like, one of the fun facts is that the 49ers are named after the gold prospecting, and et cetera, et cetera. So I know that one.
It's actually the 69ers.
Ew. But yeah. So, impromptu tutors, fact, roll out there. I can talk about the tutors for a while. Like, a while. I really like talking about the tutors.
You can talk about most things for a while.
That is true. That's fair. I dislike the Niners even more than the Vikings. Automon, do you even know me? Oh my gosh. I'm offended by Automon trying to block that. I just watched the 2020 special on Lori Vallow and her brother where they were close to the point his ex-wife said they would pretend to perform sex acts on each other in front of her. Oh, it's definitely a thing that happens, and it's weird and... Ted Cruz is a fan of it, I believe. But, yeah. A lot of the, like, people who have been accused of it, it's mostly just to, like, ruin their reputations, you know? 69ers are out of Chatsworth. I know Chatsworth.
I mean, it was a joke based on 49ers, 69ers, AO, yeah.
Yeah, oh, I get that, but
I'm not sure what Chatsworth is about, yeah.
Yeah.
Same.
I don't like the Vikings, even if I can walk to their stadium. I live in walking distance of the old Brooklyn Dodgers stadium that no longer exists and got torn down a long time ago. So, actually, I think, like, would you say we live in walking distance of Atlantic Center and therefore Barclays Center?
In principle, walking distance, but I have no idea why the hell anyone would walk that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So technically, we live in walking distance of where the Brooklyn Nets play. Look at me, I know sports things. Chatsworth is the porn capital of LA. That's right. I was like, I know Chatsworth is part of LA, but like, what do I know about Chatsworth? Okay.
If you had given me that clue, I would have probably guessed it, but I didn't know it.
Mm-hmm. That's funny. Ted Cruz likes most things he can't have. Gross. Does Ted Cruz have siblings? Does anyone know? I feel bad for them if he does.
Can insects have siblings? Oh, sorry, this was about Ted Cruz.
Incest?
Yeah. Oh, it was about Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz isn't an insect. He's not even alive, technically.
Okay. So, today, while we are doing Chaturday...
I have a hot take on incest.
Okay. Oh, really fast. Something came loose inside of JR's head, and he is now a JR Maraca. Which I think is very funny. And I don't think it's worth the effort that it would take to remove it. But it's very funny to me. But yeah.
Anyway, so, this is about siblings specifically. Not parent-child things, but siblings specifically, where there's no chance of, like, having a kid, let's say, like, lesbian or gay couple. Incest is, but I can't actually, like, tell them, stop it, what you're doing is wrong, and you should be stopped. Because, like, I'm not gonna have a kid, so... Okay, fine. I don't like it, but I don't think we should make it illegal. When there's not gonna be any kids involved.
I saw you said that, but can't remember where. If anyone asked, the rattling noises JR's candies. He does have a bag of candies. Like, that is part of the sculpt. That's gonna be candies. I made the bag slightly bigger. That's why it's multicolored. Last night I just kind of went in and fixed some stuff that needed fixing. So this that I'm painting right now, by the way, is a friend's original character that I was commissioned to make for them. So it is from their novel, and the Funko was originally Vanya from the Umbrella Academy. I did some dremeling and lengthened her hair. Those are the main additions that I did. But,
Oh, and obviously the reason that I disincluded the parent-child relationship specifically is because of the power imbalance that's inherent in that. And obviously I'm talking about adults only, not like... Yeah.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're in New York now. How you liking it, Raffle Iron? Welcome.
Thank you for the resub.
And thank you for the resub. Raffle and Brian and I are hopefully going to be able to hang out while Raffle's in town. So we have that to look forward to. They have a signature scent. Wow. That's how you know you're somewhere fancy. I don't have a signature scent, at least not that I'm aware of. Yeah, staying 7 blocks-ish from... a 7-minute walk from Times Square, I think is what you said. Which I said is an idea that makes me, like, cringe in horror now. But my first, like, adult trip here when I was 18, where, like, I could do whatever I wanted, we stayed in a hotel right off Times Square, and I was, like, thrilled to pieces. So I very much remember that feeling. And, like, I think last year? No, this was pre-pandemic. So pre-pandemic, I, like, was walking, I think I was walking to Bryant Park, and I walked right past the hotel that I had stayed at when I was 18, and I hadn't, like, gone past it or seen it since then, and, like, it was just kind of like walking past and being like, wow, the last time that I saw this place, like, more than anything in the entire world, all I wanted was to live here, and now I'm walking past it and living here. Like, that's pretty rad. My signature scent is BO and isolation.
Yeah, you and everyone else responsible in the country in the last 2 years.
I saw the gilded statue of General Sherman in Central Park and laughed and thought about you. That's so funny. There is some really cool shit in Central Park. Did you see Cleopatra's Needle? It's the oldest thing in the city that's man-made. Because it is way older than Cleopatra. And it's like, it's right behind the Met, but like you can see it without actually having to go into the Met because it's outside. Which is weird, but cool and convenient for us. Let's see.
Every time someone mentions something as being the oldest man-made thing, I always go into a turtles all the way down sort of thing, where I think about, like, well, like, when you, like, if you take a giant piece of marble and you remove a small part of it, is it now all man-made? And if so, if you take something ancient that is considered man-made and you remove a tiny piece of it, does that mean I just made all of it? Definitions.
Yes.
Philosophy.
I just thought the thing I need to turn off. So I'm gonna let that dry. Hi! What's up? Are you guarding the paint now? Let's see. So far so good.
She hasn't decided.
It's a big decision. Take your time, Snakes. What is it man-made in New York? Well, so if you go all the way to the northern tip of Manhattan, there is, like, it's technically a park called Inwood Park, and it is actually the last bit of untouched forest of Manhattan Island. I really, really want to go up there. I've been close to there. I've been just south of there in Fort Tryon Park, which is almost untouched, but they did build a fort in there and like paths and stuff. But if you go to Fort Tryon Park and you go over to like the Hudson, there's benches and stuff you can sit on. And if you look across the Hudson, you can see Jersey, like it's not that far across. And Rockefeller bought all of the land that you see in Jersey across the way because this spot is where Henry Hudson landed while he was exploring when he first got here. And so one of the spots that he landed for like nighttime was like exactly where Fort Tryon Park is now. And they wanted to preserve the view to be exactly what Henry Hudson would have seen when he was here. So
yeah, basically ship of thesis, little bit shifted from that exact, but yeah.
On what the normies call a vacation. I've heard tell of such things.
Normies meaning boomers.
Yeah. Normies, normal people, boring people. Yes, madam?
Boomers.
No, this is my weed. You can't have it.
I'm not sure exactly what she's after right now.
I think it's a paint. I think we're back to the classics.
If I'd known that, I would have put the camera on top of that.
Alright, do a little more of it. Hi! Yeah? I don't know what's up with you right now.
Yeah, boomers.
Normal folks. Yeah. They don't hang out here.
Yeah, it's another name for rich people, yeah.
Rich people, boring people.
People don't have to have anxiety for a living.
Hello, JJS. I went to New York as a kid. It wasn't very memorable. I need to go as a larger child now. That's so funny. My first trip here, I was 8, and it was extremely memorable. Like, it's when I decided that I wanted to move here. But then my next trip here, I was 18, and, like, that was just a whole other experience.
And that's when you decided to move here.
And that's when I was like, it's gonna happen, damn it.
And then, like, 5 years ago,
I decided to move here. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been an ongoing process of deciding to move here.
You've decided to move here more often than you've moved here.
Yes. That is mathematically correct. But yeah, if you do decide to come over here, let me know. Like, I have a goal of being a licensed New York City guide. And the last thing that I did in the before times, so like early March 2020, was I went to the New York City Guides Association gala, and it was like an award ceremony, and so I got to like see all the different companies that people have founded, all the different tours that people are doing. It was really rad. Oh,
Sorry.
no, you're good. Can you make it a little bit bigger though?
Maybe. Trying to fix problems.
Those people need a little anxiety. I have plenty to share. Yeah. There's too many things to mess with on this app. I'll be 80 when I figure it out. Twitch is a really severe learning curve. It is, can be pretty brutal. I haven't been to New York in 30 years. Didn't care for it. I'm more suited to LA and Chicago. I've never been to Chicago, but it has been on my list for a very long time. I can't stand Los Angeles, but I did grow up basically there. So, like, I technically grew up in Orange County, but as a kid, I spent like an equal amount of time in Orange County and Los Angeles, honestly. And then same applies, like, for most of my life. So, like, even though I'm not technically from LA, it feels like I am, you know? And I have a lot of other friends there. But, I personally just can't stand it. I much prefer here. Let's see. So Seriously though, I'm gonna alert because I walked about 19 kilometers and I'm starting to feel like lying in bed and watching Spider-Man might be the right play. You're right next to actual plays. If you are planning out your tomorrow, just saying. Yeah. I love NYC. Maybe I'll be able to make it down there at some point this year. It would be amazing if Audie did an NYC live show. That's what I keep saying. A bunch of us would go. I think. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like it would be amazing.
I can't remember where Rock Iron Chef is from.
It's Florida, and then Armex upstate.
It's weird to hear another Yank, I should say. Is that the right way? Am I using that word correctly? It's weird to hear another Yank use kilometers instead of miles. I feel like the only one who ever does that.
I like to say it the way that they say it in Finding Nemo, which is, so you're saying another Yank, another American.
Yeah.
That's how I would think. That's how I would say it. My chat is always messed up. Good bit. Oh, thank you very much. I have a terrible memory, but I am making a significant effort to remember shit about you guys because I feel like that's very important for me personally to do.
As a human.
As a human and someone who cares about y'all and
with a human brain.
Don't say that too loud, it'll summon the zombies. I'll have to find a place here in Minneapolis that'll book her. If I want to see her, it shouldn't be too tough. I know a guy to get started with. I am so pumped about Franny coming here, and every time that she mentions that she's coming to Brooklyn, I'm just like, oh yeah, that's actually real life now. Because I had a dream that she was coming to Brooklyn a while ago, and woke up disappointed. So it's kind of like dreams come true. But yeah, I think Audie would do really good, especially if she was in, Brooklyn or Queens. I think that would work really well. But, we'll just have to keep peer pressuring her. I'm just trying to get the right amount of glitter on this dragon. It's a weird balance that I'm trying to strike here.
The Bell House, says Armac.
Yeesh. Which is not too far from us. But yeah, there's a bunch of theaters in Brooklyn, like lots of tiny venues and stuff. Like it's pretty cool. Queens is also, but Queens is a bit more industrial of a borough. So like if you want to have a venue that's like an old warehouse, or an empty warehouse or whatever, you would do well in Queens. But to find like a theater or something like that, like Brooklyn tends to be better for that. I'm hoping for the Dakota Jazz Club. It's a few blocks up the street. Prince has played there. Ooh. Minneapolis is the easiest to get people booked.
We keep losing streaming ability. Hold on.
What's wrong?
Is
everyone? Are you all noticing that? There are hiccups.
The hiccups are extremely minor, thanks to certain things that I've put in place, but it's getting close to the edge.
Gotcha. Good boy. Could you just, if you get any of these messages, say something. I'm going to try and fix it. Yeah, we see you, JJS87. I see you. You're good. Stream scene's fine. Okay, cool. Hello, Andrew. Frequent but minor. There's appreciable delay, but that's it. Okay.
Yeah, I have a 5-second delay that I'm using to prevent dropped frames.
Hi. What you doing, cutie? Yes? Do you want to help decipher? helpful. You help them. In case you've never heard the story before, when we first moved here, the sirens are different in New York than they are in California. And they were kind of freaking Smeagol out. And so to get her to be less scared, I got her to start helping them. And now it's a fun game that she gets all excited about when she hears sirens. Hi. That's not for you. You're a very good girl, but you are not eating my sushi.
No, you put it pretty much right back where it was. I'm just making further adjustments.
Gotcha. Yeah. So.
Bloodspot's about to get himself banned for life.
Butthurt. Halftime. Welcome, Jess. So yeah. I love this city. It's a good city. If you think you don't like it, come visit again and I'll change your mind. Like, something that I really want to do is, like, put together personalized itineraries for people. So, just, like, I kind of did this, with Raffle Iron. I just was like, okay, tell me what the interests of the people in your group are. And so, Raffle sent me, you know, a list of things that the different people are interested in, and so I responded with a list of, like, here's stuff that you should check out, that I think that you would enjoy based on those things. And, like, that's something I would like to do professionally. So. Bless her heart, Butterheart. It's floofy snowing. Ooh, we had floofy snowing last week. Yeah.
Look what I have.
Uh-oh.
I have cardboard.
Oh, now it's Smeagol's cardboard.
Weirdest goddamn dog.
I hope you've learned your lesson.
About giving her cardboard?
Yeah.
It worked out exactly like I intended to. So if the lesson was I'm always right, yeah, I learned it.
You tell him, Smeagol. 2 degrees. Ugh. That's gross. That's pretty brutal. So why is it so cold in Minneapolis? Like, I know Minnesota, like, is that because of the lakes? Is that why, like, those...
There's lake effect, yeah, but it's also just that much farther north.
Mm. But, like, that's not what it's like, say, in Washington, Oregon. I guess that's coast, like, and no lakes.
Also, just the jet stream has an effect, too.
Yeah.
It's because of Canada, yes. It's all the Canadians
it's
right on the other side of the border.
Gotcha. That sounds like science.
It's always reminded me of the movie Canadian Bacon, where they mention the fact that 90% of the Canadian population is right up against the U.S. border.
When you said Canadian bacon, all I pictured was Kevin Bacon in a tube.
That's fantastic. I love it.
Yeah.
Like the reasons for the climatic differences, and it was funny. The reason for the climate differences between places of the same elevation is very complex, but a lot of it usually has to do with the jet stream flow. And that's why if the jet stream shifts too much, pretty much all of England and Scotland will just suddenly be frozen solid. That's a little bit of an exaggeration, but yeah. Like, it's pretty far up there in terms of elevation. But because the jet stream gets a lot more warm weather than it should otherwise.
How close is Minneapolis to the lakes? Jet stream to bring that cold air in from Canada.
I don't know the exact format of the jet stream, so I couldn't tell you whether or not. Yeah.
See, my knowledge of like jet streams and stuff basically only extends to quarter of the way across the Atlantic, because that's where the Titanic sank, and I know about the currents and shit that helped cause all that. But that's about where that expertise ends. Okay. Leave. That's good. Okay. Salt Dragon. We have some of the harshest winters, even compared to some territories in Canada. Oof. If you wondered where Kevin Bacon's gone, he's been here doing a ton of shit with UK phone ads. Oh. Kevin Bacon, you're better than that.
I mean,
3 to 4 hours depending on the lake. Okay.
there is a reason that it's called the land of a thousand lakes.
Oh, holy shit.
Yeah.
Y'all are pockmarked.
Yeah,
Wow.
the entire state looks like a fucking 14-year-old kid.
I've never zoomed in on Minnesota before.
Yeah. I knew it was kind of like
this. I knew that name, but like, wow.
Yeah, I'd never actually zoomed. Yeah, it's just, yeah.
That's wild. It looks like there's like something splattered on the screen in some of the spots. Like, rather than actual lakes. That's wild. You'll have a lot of
lakes. You
lakes.
zoom out and it looks like there's 5 lakes.
Yeah.
Start zooming in all, you're like, oh, holy shit.
I watched this, so there's a YouTube channel that does like alternate history, like what if this one thing hadn't happened or had happened or whatever. And so one of the ones that I watched was what if the Great Lakes didn't exist? And it's a really, really big chain event. Like, the Great Lakes are basically why the United States became the United States. Like, just because of how they aided with migration patterns and, like, having the English colonizers versus the French colonizers and how they had access to different bodies of water and, like, all this stuff. Like, it's wild. Like, they're great. I'll find the video later and I'll post it in the Discord for everyone to watch if they have any interest.
I mean, you think about it, like, one of the biggest construction projects in the entire continent was building the locks to, like, bring boats in all the way from the Atlantic Ocean to Chicago.
Yeah.
And so it's like, wow, that's a lot of work. Holy shit, that's a lot of work. That wouldn't be getting done unless it was, like, because they wanted to, like, because it was extremely important. So obviously the lakes were of vital import.
I don't think Minnesota's an Amish state. Is it an Amish state?
I know PA and Ohio are.
I don't think it extends to Minnesota. I'm not positive, but I don't think so. Not all of them are good for swimming and fishing. Is that, like, because of salt water, or why is that page? I'm curious.
Oh, no, none of them would be. Oh, no, not loch.
Not like Scottish loch.
Yeah, not a loch, but a loch. Like when you bring boats in and then they fill it full of water and then it brings the boat up. And we're about to lose frames again. Why is this happening? Yeah, not a loch, but a loch. Where, like, basically it's a canal, but, like, they silo it off and they fill it full of water and then they open up the other end and then the boat can keep going at a new or lower level.
I'm
you and your
really
goddamn gravity.
good at holding things and picking things up and in general being a graceful human being who is normal. Yeah. I was honest. Andrew, have you watched Schitt's Creek at all? I'm curious. Our lakes were created by some big-ass glaciers, which are now the largest freshwater reserve in the world. Yeah, So, I mentioned on Thursday about how, like, New York City, like, the way that the rivers are is why it became, like, the trade capital. of the country. That happened, like, those rivers formed the way that they were is because a giant glacier was down all the way to about 2/3 of the way down Central Park.
That's right.
Where Central Park is now. And so a lot of those, like, black rocks and everything are shaped that way because that's, like, the glacier retreating.
It's actually, the Great Lakes are not the largest freshwater reserve in the world. That is Lake Baikal in Russia.
Baikal?
Baikal.
Baikal.
Yeah. I was like
Russia.
65% certain before I looked it up, but yeah, I was just like, I'm pretty sure it's Lake Baikal that's the largest. And it's just one goddamn fucking deep lake. It's not even that big.
Some are cold all year round, and some the ducks and geese have taken over. Oof. Some run on wildlife reservations. That makes sense. The Canadian upstairs watches it. Yeah, because it's Canadian, yeah. I presume if he likes something, it's a good barometer of how bad it is. Incorrect in this case. Schitt's Creek is amazing. It is one of the funniest shows I've ever watched. And it is so clever and witty, and, like, each time you watch it, you'll get new jokes. And, like, all of the characters have really, really awesome arcs to watch. Like, it's both funny and heartwarming, and, like, it's a really, really good show. I really recommend it. And there's a like a small arc that takes place in Amish country. That's very funny.
Yeah, I didn't, obviously it may not be the best, or most accessible freshwater reserve in the world. It just happens to be the place where most of the fresh water is. And yeah, when you say it's deep and remote, like, it is fucking deep. It is a whole nother level of deep.
How deep is your love?
A mile?
Titanic is 2 miles down, so.
Yeah. But we're talking about a lake, not an ocean. Like, yeah, it's a mile deep. Yeah, it's ridiculous. And also, apparently, while smaller than all of the Great Lakes, it is actually like the 7th biggest lake. So,
interesting. Yeah, I've never been in the lakes area. I have a lot of family in Saginaw, Michigan, which is very much the lakes area.
Oh, you know what? Actually, I am mistaken. Erie and Ontario are actually smaller, although Superior, Huron, and Michigan are bigger. I did not realize Erie was that much smaller. Well, that's going to be extremely loud.
Is that annoying for everyone? How's that sound? Let me know. I can switch the tip to a different one and see if that's less annoying. Please let me know. I just gotta get some of this smoothed out.
I didn't even move. I was literally as immobile as I could be. But you were
there. It's all good? Okay. Let me know if that changes. I'll slow it down just a little bit. Cool. I just didn't realize that I had skipped some of the Dremel on here. Until I went to go double check the reference picture my friend sent me.
Yeah, her video about that one ship is really fascinating. Because the place that it sunk in that particular lake
that was a good
basically has no oxygen. So the bodies down there were left mostly intact for a very long time. Possibly still are intact. I don't recall.
Yeah.
And then, like, there was this whole debate about whether or not we should send people down to go investigate because it's interesting. Because, like, at a certain, like, have we reached the point where this is no longer a grave site, but it's an archaeological location? What's that?
I think one of the cameras froze.
Which one? Oh yeah, it did.
Reminiscent of shop class. Aw. Hello, Dirty Guardian Dragon. Lovely to see you. Ask a Mortician is great, and she did a video that I really loved about what happened to all the bodies on the Titanic. I know I keep on bringing up the Titanic today for some reason. I mean, you know, regular day for me. But, yeah, like, that was a mystery that it took a while for baby Danny to figure out. Back in, like, 3rd grade, 4th grade. So cool seeing a video explain it more. I like Ask a Mortician.
Oh, that's extremely loud.
I know, it hit the tape. That wasn't on purpose. Stop that, dude. What's that?
That's the camera reconnecting.
Oh, okay.
And that is the other camera having frozen. Why?
She got a new one out today? Oh, cool. What was it about? Do you remember off the top of your head? Sharks. No. The bodies on the Titanic, like, basically they just, like, got trapped, in the ship itself. And so it's, like, possible that they were in there for a while. Like, they're almost definitely not still there. But if you look at footage of, like, the ocean floor around the Titanic, one of the things that you'll see a lot is, boots. And it's, like, you'll see, like, 2 boots side by side. And basically that's where a body landed. And the body itself, like, both because of the pressure and because of the deep sea creatures and the way that they work, the body went away, but the leather of the boots lasts. And, like, anything that they find that's organic, the only way that it would have survived is if it was encased in leather. So, like, stuff that was in suitcases has survived, but, like, anything besides that is gone by now. Lake Superior is the coldest lake all year round, and the lack of oxygen will not cause the bodies to float to surface. Yeah. Kind of wild. And then there's also, at certain points in the year, in the different lakes, you can see shipwrecks. Like, on the bottom of the lake, which I think is really rad. And, kind of sounds like it would be a total trip to see. Have any of you who live in the lakes area ever seen any of the shipwrecks? I'm curious. I haven't seen it yet, but the title is Were Books Really Bound in Human Skin? Yeah, of course they were.
Oh, yes, I did actually. I watched that one earlier. I was half distracted with the cameras.
Anyone wearing a jumpsuit on the Titanic is still around. If it was one of the nicer ones, like good quality, maybe.
Yeah, and yeah, as you said, of course they were, because like human history is very long.
Yes. Yeah, and like I'm sure that it's happened more recently than this, but the most recent I can think of is Nazi, like that happened in some of the Nazi camps.
Yeah, probably.
No, definitely.
No, I mean, like, probably I don't think she got into that. I just, like, she didn't mention it, probably because, like, it's a real fucking downer.
It.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
But yeah, she actually showed, like, 5 different books that are, like,
cool.
quarter bound in human leather. And, like, they look like normal fucking books.
Yeah. Yeah, one of the other Nazi ones was Lampshade.
Yeah.
That is in a museum, I believe, now.
Where it belongs.
Yes, exactly. I agree. And lamps, yep. Duluth a few times. Can you see the shipwrecks from Duluth? Upholstery. You were close. You just added an extra E. Yeah, like, people have done really gross things with other people's remains in the past. Like, humans are very creative in very disturbing ways, to say the least.
trust me, we're not going to have to give them ideas. Like, they're going to come up with all new, exciting, horrible things to do.
Yeah. Yes. Let's try this one.
It's so weird to me when I watch, like, her videos, because as we've discussed on the stream before, like,
I don't understand people's, like, fascination and, like, the amount that they care about corpses. Which I understand that they do. I don't get it. And one of them was like, she said, like, this is a real human being who is now dead. I'm like, why are you describing this flesh of bone and, this pile of flesh and bone as though it's a conscious being? It isn't.
Yeah, it's just that lots of people do think so.
Apparently.
Yeah.
It's always a shock to me when she talks about corpses that way.
I mean, like, that's her livelihood, is people caring about corpses.
Yeah, no, I'm not, like, I don't disagree with her. I don't, like, think she's wrong to describe it this way. It's just, like, always it's like someone coming inside, like, coming in from outside and going, hey, did you see the sky is purple today? No, it isn't. Yes, it is. It's full of pigs. I'm sorry. What the hell are you talking about?
Sounds like an episode of The Good Place.
Yeah.
Where everything's going wrong. Which also, I will say, since I've recommended Schitt's Creek for this episode, I will also say if you have not watched Good Place, please do so. It will, like, change you. I think that Good Place and Queer Eye are extremely unique in that they are two shows that watching them makes you want to be a better person. And Good Place, if you decide to watch it, which I think if you have not watched it, you should. And if you have watched it, I think you should watch it again. It's when you are first watching it, you can lose interest fairly quickly. Like, most people seem to lose interest around episode 5, but if you get past episode 5, it'll hook you and, like, not let go. It just, like, when you get to episode 5, it feels like it's getting redundant. The thing is, though, that, like, right after that, it stops being redundant. Duluth is where Lake Superior is located. Got it. Queer Eye is amazing. If you ever need to, like, just cry, but you don't want to be, like, sad about the crying, but you just need, like, a catharsis, Queer Eye is the best option. Because it will make you cry, but without making you sad. Life hacks from Danny. You're welcome.
Oh no, she talks very respectfully about the deceased. Like, and that's the part where I'm just, that it's so weird to me to hear a professional talk about, like, a pile of flesh and bones that isn't moving anymore, as though it was as though it's a conscious person that inherently deserves respect. It's like,
Brian doesn't understand caring about bodies after people are no longer alive.
Yeah, because I only care about people who can experience pain and suffering.
Yeah.
Like the idea of taking someone's organs from them when they die, even if they weren't an organ donor, I'm like, yeah, that I'm not going to get upset about that because they're not here to object anymore.
But there are, like, cultures and religions who believe that if you don't have the full body...
And that's why I'm not going to insist on it.
Right.
It's one of those things that, like, someone who describes that idea, I'm going to be like, yeah, the only issue with that I have is that other people who are still alive will have a problem with it.
Right.
Which is enough of a reason to still say we shouldn't do that.
Yeah. Organ harvesting. I rewatched The Sixth Sense, I think last year, for the first time since, like, right after it came out, probably. Oh man, that movie is way better as an adult. Like, it made me sad that I saw it the first time as a kid. You know, I mean, not a kid. I think I was in 6th grade. So, like, still a kid, but, you know, not like a very, very, very small child who had no idea what was going on. Like, I understood enough to enjoy it and be terrified, but didn't understand it enough to understand the twist until someone explained it to me later. You know, because like they don't actually say it out loud. If you don't take care of dead bodies, they may come back as undead. Nobody wants that. I read a tweet from, I think it was a mortician who was like, don't tell anyone, but I like to, whenever, like, I do, like, a casket funeral, I like to tie the person's shoelaces together just in case there is a zombie apocalypse, because then that will be hilarious, because all the zombies will fall over. Yeah. Do you want your bones to be turned into polyhedral dice?
I will not care, because I will not exist.
That's how I feel when, like, people try and do, like, an abortion debate, like, how would you care, or how would you feel if your parents had aborted you, or whatever, and it's like, well, I wouldn't be here.
Yeah,
so
I wouldn't care.
I'd be cool, because I don't have to, like, endure this horrible earth.
Like, it's not even I'd be cool, it's like, that's a nonsensical question. It's like, how do non-existent...
Or I am cool with that idea. Like, you are not making this horrible thing the way that you think that you are. Or, like, point.
Yeah. What do people who don't exist think about things?
Yeah.
They don't.
I don't normally Dremel on stream. I hope that this isn't boring or annoying.
They are rhetorical. They are welcome to turn my bones into polyhedral dice. Fine. I won't care. I won't exist. It won't be possible for me to care. It's like, people doing absolutely horrendous things to my corpse doesn't bother me. People mocking my corpse, like launching it out of a cannon into the sun, like dumping it using it as shark chum. I will not give a shit, because it will not be possible for me to give a shit. My mom would love, Paige says, your mom would love dicey your bones.
Actually, she'd probably get a kick out of it. Honestly.
Yeah, she'd probably get a kick out of it, yeah.
If you've nursed someone for months and enjoyed their company while you are preparing them for the undertaker to come pick them up, it feels natural to keep talking to them. Yeah. I feel like, honestly, like, graves are for the survivors. Like, and it's so that you have a place to go and, like, talk to that person so that you feel like they're obviously here because this is where their body is. Yeah. I'm very, like, skeptical, open-minded about supernatural stuff, so, like, and I'm extremely agnostic about anything religious. And, like, that is, I am firmly agnostic, which I feel like kind of sounds like an oxymoron, but, like, I believe that in all of human history, there have been so many people who think that they know the answer of what happens after you die, and religion and etc. So I'm like, why am I going to think that I know the right answer when that's what everyone has always thought? Like, that's extremely narcissistic to think that you know the truth when everyone else has thought that they know the truth and it's a different one. Anyway, that's my thought. Testing cosmetics on it. Hey, MK Ultra. Ooh, yay, snow.
Yeah, test cosmetics on it. Like, take my face.
Would you have reactions as a dead body?
No.
To cosmetics? I don't feel like you would.
Yeah. Unless it was, like, immediately after you were dead. Yeah.
I was just trying to think of, like, would a dead body get a rash? Like, if you rub poison ivy on a dead body, will it get a rash?
Nope. It will, like, maybe if you do it within the first, like, 30 minutes or an hour or something like that, because then the parts of the body that do the reaction might be able to partially inflame, but they won't have the blood supply to really do the inflammation.
Yeah.
So you might get, like, part of a reaction, but not the whole thing.
As the executor of your will, I feel like you would, like, if there is an afterlife and you do see what happens to your body, right? Like I know, set it all aside. I feel like you would really appreciate, like, being a part of the body farm or something like that.
Yeah, sure.
You want science to be done to your body.
That's fine.
Like, yeah. And I don't know a lot of people who I would be like, yeah, you'd want to be on the body farm. Because I feel like that is something that bothers a lot of people
Yeah.
When they think about it, but I don't think that that is remotely the case for you, and I think that actually you'd be like, I get to help figure out murders and shit? Awesome!
And that would mean I'm helping cops.
No, you're helping families who have lost loved ones and are trying to solve the cases.
Fair enough.
I remember when you told her that you're going to be buried in a pauper's grave. Yeah, because of Heart Island. Because the only way to get on Heart Island is to visit a loved one's grave. And you have to have, like, paperwork and everything showing it. But it does appear that they are changing that slowly. So that doesn't necessarily have to be the case anymore. Before that, he was donating his body basically for, like, Danny research. But now we can upgrade to science. Yeah.
She lost track of where the edge of the cardboard was and couldn't find it to pick it up. Like, I'm actually not even trying to reach for it. She is just very excited about the idea of keeping me from getting it.
I mean, it's an exciting thought. If you are recently arrived, yes, I am drumming on stream, which is something that I don't normally do. Please let me know if the noise is bothering you. And the Funko that I'm working on right now is a friend's original character from the book that they wrote. And it is a commission that they sent me, that they asked me for. So I'm kind of bopping around between a couple different projects. Which is how I like having it. I like having a couple different ones at the same time.
And Sock Puppy says, I want to be cremated so my disposal won't waste perfectly good land. Good reason.
Yeah. That's what I like about the tree pods that they've come out with, where, like, you become a tree, basically.
Yeah.
Because that's not a waste of land, that's actually, like, helping the land.
Right. Andrew said Edinburgh University has a world-renowned neuroscience program. They're always looking for brains with and without psychiatric conditions.
That just makes me think of Young Frankenstein. Like,
yeah.
My brain, like, labeled abnormal.
Yeah.
Like, who's abnormal?
Although, I mean, if you're interested in your body not wasting perfectly good land, body farms are another way to do that. Because
science in general.
It's basically throw my body in a ditch. I don't care what you do with it. Like that's basically what a body farm is.
If
they just
anyone
pay
is
attention
not
to it
aware
afterwards.
of what a body farm is, I'm actually going to explain what a body farm is because it's really interesting. So basically, when your body is donated to science, one of the ways that it can end up is part of a body farm, which is basically like a forensic experiment where they take different bodies and they place them in different situations, and then they monitor what happens to those bodies so that later on, if there's a murder and they find the body, they can say, oh, well, we know that it's been here for this long because of what we've seen on the body farm with other bodies in this exact situation, you know, like a forest situation, a water situation, like a desert situation, and it's like invaluable research that, like, it's how else do you get that? You know, besides like waiting for people to be dead in very specific situations.
And yeah, like bodies, like the other thing is like obese people or people who have a specific, relatively common differences in body structure.
Yeah.
Like that can be extremely useful. Like someone who has breast implants.
Yeah.
How does that affect the decomposition process? That can be extremely valuable.
Definitely.
So like all of those sorts of things end up being extremely useful for body farms. Yeah, it's basically just watch it decompose. It's and
watch it decompose, but write it down, and that makes it science.
Yeah, throw my body in a ditch, watch it decompose, and watch it and write it down. Like the throw my body in a ditch part, like that really settles into my personality very well. Yeah. And then the doing science with that information is also like, yeah, okay, cool. I think that'll help people.
I've
and
heard
not
of those
waste anything.
spore suits, Rhetoriku. That's really cool. Like, that's kind of similar to the tree pod thing, where, like, you're buried in, like, the fetal position in, like, a little pod, and that pod has, like, seeds in it, and you nourish the seeds, and they become trees. I think that that's a really rad, like, circle of life type thing. There's a thing called the mushroom suit you can be put in. Yeah, so same thing, yeah. Trenchy is helping grieving families that have lost loved ones who have been murdered. Does that mean he will become a serial killer then? Because the cops will say he killed them? Complex moral questions from Paige tonight. They're opening a couple... Oh, they're opening body farms over there, Andrew? That's cool. That's, yeah. Like, it's important science that needs to be done in order to help humanity, basically. And, like, donating your body to science is very much a toss-up. Like, you can end up at the body farm, you can end up as a crash test dummy, you can end up in a science class, you can, like, there's so many different places you can end up, so it's really just, like, a toss-up. Like, donating your body to science is when you don't care what happens to your body. Like, that's what that is. Or if all that you want is for your body to do good, donate it to science. You know, because it'll do good in some way. Are you married to the ditch bar? How about under a tarp? Ugh.
No, it's more of the general idea of throw it away because it's trash and is no longer of use.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the general thing. If you can recycle it into something useful like science, cool, but don't hold on to it.
Yeah. England had one of the most productive forensic labs in the world, and the fucking piece of shit Theresa May completely cut its funding, and it shit like a mini burning of the... Oh, goddamn, that's awful. Yeah, crash test dummy. Yeah, they use human crash test dummies. Like, because that's a step up from a crash test dummy, and you can see what actually happens to human bones and etc. organs. Now we are scaring kids if we end up in a science... Well, more like people who are becoming doctors or morticians or some sort of relevant thing. Like, that's like college level, not like elementary school. I swear I could do a better job than Captain Obvious and Sherlock Holmes, aka Joe Buck and Troy Aikman. Give me half of their salaries and I do twice the analysis. I would like a Viking funeral. Solid. That's a really good option. Crash test dummies. There's an episode of Pushing Daisies that centers around dead body crash test dummies. It's really good. Yeah. I'm glad that you're volunteering for that, Andrew, because I don't trust myself with fire or an arrow, let alone both together. It's just not going to be a good time for anyone nearby. What's up, Smeets?
If someone ends up deciding to give me a Viking funeral, all I would ask is that you...
Someone, aka me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fill the entire boat with gunpowder.
Okay.
Like, I don't want a fire. A fire is boring.
So
I
we
want
have
something
to do it
more
in the
dynamic.
ocean then,
Yeah.
not like in a lake.
Or one of the Great Lakes would be fine.
Perfect, yeah. Ooh, and then like people would be able to see the wreckage.
Yeah. So, I don't think you understand how much gunpowder I want in the boat. I want the explosion to be visible and audible, like, from another Great Lake. Ideally, I want my body to be, like, atomized. So it's like, did I get any of him in my hair from the explosion? No, not
But
really.
I definitely breathed him in.
But, like, it's all that's left are the constituent atoms. Like, there's no more proteins left.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Automod? Redneck is not a race or ethnicity.
It's a slur. How dare you?
Like, I have known plenty of rednecks. None of them have had a problem calling themselves rednecks or had a problem with others calling them rednecks.
They're usually really, really proud of it and
Yeah,
happy and own the title.
Yeah, like, if you try to pretend they aren't rednecks, they'll get mad at you.
Yeah.
MK Ultra, that's just a dirty bomb.
A what?
Fill the butt with plutonium and yellow cake uranium. You need shaping charges to actually turn it into an actual atomic bomb.
The Australian podcast I love to go on, they did a Patreon episode this week, where they discovered that the phrase remaining uranium is very fun to say. Remaining uranium, and then the other one that they've done before is Chaturday coup d'etat. That one's very fun.
Nice.
What's the...
I'm about to turn auto mod off just because all it does is ask us to approve things we're going to approve.
Yeah. I've always said instead of paying the funeral home to cremate me, just create a big, huge bonfire and have alcohol and food and set my body on fire and have everyone celebrate. I would be the new burning lady. That would be a very delicious smelling funeral, probably. Forgot to ask who you're making there. Oh yeah, this is a friend's original character from the books that they have written or writing. So it's a commission. It was originally Vanya from Umbrella Academy. I altered slightly with epoxy, and now I'm just smoothing out. If you're Hindu or Sikh or how do you pronounce it? Jain? I've never said it out loud before.
I'm actually not sure.
But cremation is really, really bad if we're gonna take environmentalism seriously. Yeah, UK and US are around 70% plus cremations. Apparently a single body takes about 500 miles in a station wagon's worth of fuel. Because, of course, the body is mostly water. Yeah, there are people coming up with alternatives. One of the ones that I
Jane.
like is, like... It is Jane? Okay, cool. Thank you, Arma. One of the things that I like is freeze drying a body and then basically, like, shaking it to crush it up into like little particles. That's one of the more eco-friendly ways of doing cremation. And there are a lot of alternatives that people are working on, and so it's going to be really interesting seeing where science goes in the next couple decades in terms of funeral science. Because, like, honestly, like, embalming is not sustainable. Cremation is not sustainable.
Burying bodies is by definition not sustainable if we're gonna like keep those graves around indefinitely.
Yeah.
Like, we will just run out of space on the surface.
Like, as a historian, I want bodies to be whole and not cremated, and I want them buried in conditions where they are preserved perfectly, and in 1,000 years, archaeologists can figure things out about where they lived and when they lived, based on that. But as a human being who cares about the planet, no. Because, yeah, like, the fact that, like, ancient Romans were mostly cremated makes me very sad. Like, because I want to know things from the bodies. Like, it's one of the reasons why Pompeii is such a valuable resource.
However, it does kind of depend on what kind of fuel you're using. Because just because you're burning something doesn't necessarily mean that you're contributing directly to climate change. Because if you're using wood as your fuel source, all of the carbon in the wood was captured out of the air directly. And so in the process of burning it, you're pretty much just putting that carbon back into the air. Whereas if you're using fossil fuels as your fuel source, what you're ending up doing is releasing carbon into the air that's been underground for several million years, which is not a good idea. So but of course, the whole thing about like carbon is inherently fungible, so it's not like if we bury wood and burn fossil fuels, like that's the same thing. But why would you do that, sort of thing? Yeah, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes. I am almost done here. I might take a break from journaling in a minute. Whether or not I'm done.
That would probably be good.
Because it's been a lot. Yeah. I just have a little bit more to do.
Like, if there is actually a significant portion of you who are enjoying the sound of her drumming, like, actually let us know, because we can just, like,
I'm sorry.
turn on a stream. It's like being the dentist. I'm going to assume that you are not,
That's rarely a
masochist.
good thing. I have returned. For how long? That's up to this damn computer. Good luck. You can tell a lot from Ernst. That is very true. Viking funerals for everybody. People spend their entire life becoming toxic waste. That's funny. Wait, where did Folger's coffee come from?
Body, freeze dry.
Ah, okay. You like odd noises. Well, I'm just about done. There's just a little bit, but I'm going to...
And Sock Puppy
Work on
said,
sealing this.
listening to the drum was good practice for going to the dentist on Wednesday. Yeah, I gotta go to the dentist, first week of February, which is coming up.
Yes, very quickly.
Yeah, week after next. So, they're gonna replace a couple of things, yank out a tooth. Yank out 2 teeth. One, like, right across from each other, like, top and bottom, right above each other. So, like, one of them is basically just, a crater with, like, a little bit of tooth around the edge. It doesn't even work.
Gross.
Yeah. And then the other one's right above it, which is, like, mostly there, but is, like, a big cavity. They're like, we could fill it. And,
Luxury
like,
bones.
you could fill this giant cavity in here, or we pull it out. I'm like, you're gonna pull the tooth that's, like, opposite it, like, right underneath it. So, like, even if you were to, like, fix it, it's not gonna do anything. And like, well, yeah, but don't you want to keep it? I was like, why? I wasn't planning on, like, surviving life. They're all going to go away eventually.
Eventually, yeah. I have an extra wisdom tooth. Like, not like I grew 5. Like, I got, so the first round, my insurance would only cover 2 being pulled, so I got the bottom ones pulled. And then
Jesus.
one of the top ones was bothering me, so I got that one pulled. And now this one is still there, so I just have, like, 1 wisdom tooth. And, like, my dentists are always like, it's gonna be pulled eventually because there's no tooth under it. But I haven't had tooth yet. You got pretty good for a break. So funny. Ooh, broken teeth. Ooh, that's gross. Where does stereo come from? Same as the term limey. I'm trying to remember, because I actually did read a thing about why there's the stereotype that Brits have bad teeth. I read something about this.
I believe it's mainly just that, number one, their culture and their dental system. I thought you were going to stop.
I'm almost done. This is the last of it.
It's basically their culture and their dental system don't prioritize appearance but health. And so it's like, oh, your teeth are crooked. What are we going to do? Who gives a fuck? They're healthy.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, versus Americans are just like, we really fucking need to make sure your teeth are straight.
I think it also comes from...
I could be wrong, though.
Like, starting in the Tudor era, people were really consuming a lot more sugar, and by people, I mostly mean people in Western cultures. Like... Are you trying to kill the dragon? like I watched a thing and they had a thank you like a couple skulls in line, and it was like before refined sugar became a thing that people were consuming, and then when refined sugar became a thing, and it's like immediately the tooth quality in the remains is significantly different.
It's like, oh, you're 80 years old, you've lost 3 teeth over your life.
Yeah.
Oh, you're 30, you've lost half of your teeth.
Well, like before that, like if you had tooth damage, like beyond like a break or something, it was from like bits of stone making it into the flour or stuff. Like that's where the damage would come from. Other than that, it was
yeah, our teeth are actually very well designed if you don't add refined sugar to your diet.
Apparently there's like one this might be the wrong word, but enzyme that like if you like add it to your like natural biology, it makes tooth decay just like not a thing. And the only reason why it's not a common thing is because money. Because people make a lot of money out of tooth decay.
I don't know.
I read a thing about that. I can't remember where I read it, so I can't tell you exactly how reputable the source was.
Is the follow button supposed to be blue or purple?
Mine was normally purple, I believe.
I think it's normally purple.
Yeah.
Hold on.
I missed a spot. I swear I'm almost done with the Dremel. Hopefully this is the last time I use it on this stream.
I'm gonna take it away from you.
I only grew 3 wisdom teeth and I still have 1 chilling in my jaw. Ooh. I've known people who didn't grow any wisdom teeth, and like that's pretty cool.
Looks like it's typically purple. Purplish blue. Like, depends on your screen. You might see blue or purple.
Oh, thank you for following me. At last. He cares, everyone. Finally.
The perfect rechargeable battery not existing, that's actually really difficult. It's chemical engineering. It's fairly difficult to produce one.
There's a lot of medical stuff that can exist but doesn't because of profit, like male birth control.
That I would say is actually not about profit, but about men being whiny little bitches about everything.
It's both. Yeah. But like one of the reasons why there's not a lot of science in it is because a lot of money is made off of female birth control. And I'm talking very cis-normatively here. So I apologize for that. Yeah. But generally speaking, male birth control does not exist the way it should. Because of profit motives. And like if you think about it, just like logically, like instead of making it about human beings, like let's make it about guns. Do you work more on refining bulletproof vests, or do you take the bullets out of the gun?
Obviously, you just give guns to everyone.
Yeah.
That's the solution. You give guns to the toddlers, you give guns to the like old ladies, you give guns to the crazy people, you give guns to the like calm, sane people, and you definitely give guns to all of the like criminals you can find. Give guns to everyone. That way, no one will ever use them, because that's obviously how that works.
Yep. Up to Google I go. But yeah. How did we get on this topic anyway? That's what Chaturday is all about.
Just said I never formed any wisdom teeth and a missing pair of molars on both top and bottom jaws.
Lucky. Kind of.
Born with unreformed jaws. I'm not sure I know the term unreformed in that particular context. I'll have to look that up. In fact, I had to have 2 baby teeth pulled when I was 18. Interesting.
Oh wow, I've heard of that. Yeah. I had a friend in high school who had a couple baby teeth still like in the front, and had to get them pulled.
MK Ultra. That's why you give them a double action revolver instead of a semi-automatic. Toddlers couldn't rack a slide, so you give them a double action revolver, so that way they can actually just pull the hammer back and then pull the trigger.
Sure.
Oh, Andrew asked, speaking of teeth, I've given up with dentist sticks. I want to try cleaning their teeth, but they will probably freak out. Any suggestions? The expensive option is bringing them to the vet and having them put under temporarily so they can go through and clean their teeth without them biting the hell out of the dentist.
It's the best option.
Yeah.
And it sucks because it's expensive as fuck.
Actually, I don't know how much it would be there because everything in the United States is ridiculously expensive in the medical field, even for dogs.
I don't know how it would work with animals there.
Like, they rack up the prices on vets to nowhere near as much as they do with humans.
I mean, like, our bar is extremely high. So, you gotta work really hard to be shittier in terms of healthcare than the US.
You could just not have healthcare, I guess. But I mean, like, for a lot of people here, they don't have healthcare because they can't actually afford it, so they just die.
Yeah, it's just the same thing.
Yeah. So...
build up the thumb strength in those toddlers. Vets ain't poor, yeah. Rarely. But I mean, like I have a friend who's a vet tech, and have discussed with her about the wild price on pet dental stuff, and when you break it down, it really does make sense, for the vets to charge as much as they do. But it still sucks.
Yeah.
Man.
And Coach said, I haven't been to a doctor but maybe 3 times in the past 30 years. Yeah, that's just
wow.
That's fucking, what, a quarter to half of the fucking country?
Yeah. I can't even fathom that in my brain right now. I've been to a lot of doctors.
The only doctor I've really been to the entire time is just to get my ADHD meds. That's basically it.
I have lots of doctors for lots of different things. It's not the most fun you can have, honestly. But the good thing is that I'm not afraid of needles like I used to be. So, that's cool.
I had a trans friend that was taking testosterone, who was still, despite after taking testosterone for 2 years, he was still afraid of needles. I'm just like, dude, how are you doing this? Yeah. Not how are you doing the trans thing. It's how are you able to still be afraid of needles after 2 years? It's I just don't take it until I get someone else to take it. And it's you want me to give you your injection, don't you? He's like, yes, please. Dude.
You're such babies.
I mean, this is the same person that would straight up fight someone in the street if they, threatened one of his friends.
Not disproving my point.
Fair.
Fighting someone in the street is a baby move. Okay, I think that this is about what I want this dragon to be at, so might finally actually move it. Salt Dragon has proved to be a little more challenging than I anticipated, but isn't that always the way?
To be fair to everyone who is not comfortable with needles, as Sock Puppy says, needles make them cry, so don't judge.
That's how I used to be.
I think most people don't deal with needles on a daily or weekly basis. Most people deal with needle once or twice a year, and that's only in the context of a doctor. What's that?
Usually less than.
Yeah, well, I was thinking like flu jab. Like that's usually the only time people are interactive with needle is getting a flu vaccine every year. And then like for people like you and I who have medical things that require needles to be involved, it's a daily or weekly in my case. Hold on, we are apparently losing streaming data again. I don't know why. We only lost a few frames, so it should be fine.
Vets work the same in the UK as here. Interesting. I haven't been to a doctor, but maybe 3 times. Oh, wait, saw that one. Dallas County has a great charity hospital system. Without it, I'd be screwed. That's good. That's really good. Man, I'm about this needle, bro. My dog has to go to the vet, and I can't get him into his vet, but they are saying he needs to be seen ASAP. But I can't find a vet that will bill my repay like my vet does. The one vet said it would have to be an emergency visit, and the visit was like $280 for just the exam, but I don't have access to my money, so can't do that, let alone $280 is way too much. Oh, that's such a pain. Why can't you get him to his vet? Like, if they're saying he should be seen ASAP, they should see him. Like, right? I don't understand why they're not doing that if they know that it's important. Like, that's just negligence.
Maybe it's more of a, like, can't get to the vet sort of thing.
Oh, maybe.
Maybe they're in a city, like the next city over, and all the snow and ice on the roads.
Yeah. Second Wednesday of every month, I'd have a room in a local clinic. I do 20 to 30 antipsychotic ass injections. Sorry, I'm just thinking of that, like, how would that work as a euphemism to an antipsychotic ass injections? Like, what would that actually mean? Anyway, sorry.
You go crazy if you don't, like, have an orgasm.
Oh, there we go, okay, yeah.
So, therefore, like, you just need your prostate stimulated?
Yeah. Still couldn't look when I get piercings of COVID. Yeah. Don't mind an intramuscular shot or a subcutaneous, but intravenous sucks. I mostly have to do intravenous because most of the time when I am needing to interact with needles, it has to do with IVs. So, womp womp. And IVs hate staying in me. Like, I normally have to get multiple IVs done. It really sucks. And then I have bruises all over my hands for a while.
I'm not 100% certain what... Oh, okay. Jess is yelling about football.
Football things.
Okay.
Okay. Decoded. Like for Ted Cruz. I think he's behind on his.
Oh, her vet's booked, and her doctor's at a conference last Thursday, and they overbooked him. My vet is right across from my apartment. Oof.
That sucks. Are they coming back soon, hopefully? Please feel free to inject whatever into Ted Cruz's ass, allegedly. Oh my goodness. Okay. Can you read my box? How did you rip the cardboard in half already?
I did that.
You did that, okay.
To give her 2 to play with.
Gotcha. But yeah. What am I doing next? Next is... Well, there's stuff I need to do with JR, but to do them I need to travel.
Yeah, it's fine though. You just hate everyone watching, apparently.
It's not a lot of traveling, at least.
I mean, that's more of a alien sock puppy. That's more of a like everyone gets to like write in an answer. I don't think you can have write-ins and polls. So.
I mean, it's generally it would just be other, and then you would write in the comment or whatever.
Right, but the whole point is I want to see everyone's unique answers, not just like which one of mine do.
Oh, you mean like a poll on here? Got it.
Yeah.
Right. I was thinking of like political polls.
No. never taken blood either, you need to do a course for that. Yeah, phlebotomy. Phlebotomist is like an actual significant. Like it takes not a lot of school or like not a lot of training. It's not like going and getting a degree. But there is a deceptively large amount of work involved in becoming a phlebotomist. You would think it's like, 2 hours of training on a Thursday so you can work on Friday, like, because it seems like it's that simple, but it's really not. But yeah, once you get to...
It pays fairly well.
Yeah, it does.
Not as much as like anesthesiologist, but very few jobs pay as much as anesthesiologists.
Yeah, and for good reason.
Yeah. The first surgery that I had, the anesthesiologist was like super hot, and my mom was just like, you need to like flirt with him because like that will be like the best husband option possible.
It's phlebotomist is one of those kind of weird jobs or careers where it's not like we'll just train you one day and then you're ready to go, but it's also not like you need to go get a degree. It's like right in the middle, but it's not even like a trade, like that amount of education. It's just like it's like a few weeks and you're good to go. Yeah, it's an interesting space. Yeah. I'm just reading. You can work as a phlebotomist with on-the-job training. Yeah, like at a plasma center. Did not realize they had an on-the-job training option for phlebotomists, unless it's like you have to go take the courses and you'll be like helping out around the plasma center for a while until you're finished. I don't know, because obviously his brains are located there and the rest of it is full of shite. Speaking about Ted Cruz, obviously. But I have seen a consultant psychiatrist, so medically qualified for 20 years, that shake like a leaf trying to take blood because, he ain't done it for years. Yeah,
I have very difficult veins. It's always a fun challenge for anyone who has to deal with me. Like I'm very pale, so my veins look like they're like right there. But they're actually like deceptively deep. And so like I always have to like give whoever's doing it like tips on how to do it so that it'll actually work. Medical stuff.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, I think at this point, while we aren't like legally and medically qualified, like you and I would probably both be better off, or like better at putting in IVs for ourselves than no.
I'm not afraid of needles like I was, but I still can't watch.
Oh, okay.
Like
I'm
not afraid of them anymore, but I'm just
kind
of like this. Like I'm like, just go ahead and do it. Like, but I can't actually watch it.
Yeah, it's gotten to the point now where I'm basically
That's
like.
what my sister's like.
I look at it and I'm just like, no, over to the left. No, over to the left. It's like, no, I'm pretty sure it's lined up. I'm like, I promise you it isn't. But go ahead, try it anyway. And they do, and it doesn't work. I'm like, now, slightly over to the left. At this point, I'm pretty sure that while, like, and I know the reason they won't let me is because of the risk associated with, like, letting a patient stab themselves.
Do you really have to say the word penetration, alien sock puppy? To quote Pitch Perfect, not a good enough reason to use the word penetration. Sorry, continue.
So yeah, I'm pretty sure at this point I would probably be like more successful after a couple tries to make sure I like knew how to do the physical motion of my hand, because like I've never done that motion. Mm-hmm. But I'm pretty sure at this point I'd probably be able to be better at putting an IV in, or like giving, or same thing for giving blood, than a doctor at this point, or a phlebotomist, just because I know my own arms that much better. I'm sure I'd be fucking awful at it for everyone else, though.
Yeah. I would definitely be awful at it for everyone. Full stop.
Well, because I don't like experience that. Like,
but I hear that you're supposed to look when you are putting needles in other people's arms. Like, that's just a rumor that I heard once.
Yeah. Like, the amount of how blasé I am about like people stabbing or putting needles into my veins. You would think I was like injectable drug user. It was just like, yeah, give me that. Like, because it does not faze me in the slightest.
Yeah, that's what my sister is. I think you both have about the same amount of needle work done to you.
I would really strongly suspect your sister has way more.
Yeah.
But it's probably like 4 times as much, and not like 200 times as much.
Yeah. That's fair.
Like, it would be like an annoyance for my number of injections to go up to her level, but not like a fundamental change to my life.
Right. Woohoo, health stuff. So, hopefully, no one here was needle phobic and bothered by this discussion.
JJS says, weird flex, y'all. Yeah, trust me, it's not fun. I would very much rather have all of that not be the case.
Yeah, yeah. I miss my needle phobia, honestly. Like, please come back. Because I don't need to be having as many needles as I do now. Those were the days.
Let's see here. MCulture said anesthesiologists are never home but to sleep. I'm not sure if that's a joke or if that's just
I mean, they work a lot.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So, like, they're not the best spouses, is I think.
Gotcha. Or they are the best spouses.
Yeah, depending on how much you like hanging out with your spouse.
Or just how much you like hanging out with the same person all the time. Like, if it's one of those, like, I like hanging out with the same person, like, once a week.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, my spouse, this person that I love, we only hang out, like, once a week. This is actually kind of perfect. I'm not going to get tired of them.
Yeah.
Like, I could see, like,
different
an anesthesiologist.
different people.
Yeah. Paige said, I always tell the lab people good luck when they go to take my blood. My blood likes to stay inside of me, and my veins don't help.
Same, yeah.
Yeah, my vein, I clot relatively quickly, but I don't have problems giving blood or having people take blood.
I cheer on the phlebotomist or anesthesiologist. I'll be like, I know it's difficult, but I know you can do it. Like, we got this. We got this together.
I mean, you kind of, like, get the anesthesiologist ready to go. You can't really, like, cheer them on, because by the time they're doing their job, you're gone.
I mean, you know, inserting the IV.
True.
That's the hardest part for me.
Fair. Also, redhead.
Also redhead, yeah. I don't know if y'all are aware of this, but redheads have really weird relationships with pain. For one thing, we have a higher pain tolerance on average, but we also have a higher tolerance to pain medications, and we also build up a tolerance faster to medications than most people do. And, like, it really sucks, honestly. Like, and when I was a kid, like, doctors wouldn't listen to me. I would be like, hey, I can feel that. And they'd be like, there's no way you can feel that. And, like, so it wasn't until I was an adult and I started being like, no, you need to stop because I can feel what you're doing. But, you know, no one ever listens to kids.
What's irritating about that is I've, like, always, like, as far as I know, I've always been aware that redheads felt more pain and needed more anesthesia.
I just knew that I did, and it wasn't until I found out that it was a redhead thing that made me feel, like validated for the first time over it.
I had known about that for, like, a while, and so it's, like, weird to me that medical professionals aren't aware of this information that I've been, like, basically, like, yeah, duh, about for, like, longer than I've been an adult. Oh, yeah, it's absolutely true, Andrew. Like, redheads,
yeah, it's something that I've struggled with my entire life. It's a serious thing. Like, that's legit. And, like, I build tolerance to medications extremely quickly. So if there's a medication that someone will tell me, like, oh, be careful because, like, tolerance builds, I will actively avoid taking that medication unless it's an emergency. Like, so, for example, my painkillers that I was taking before I switched to cannabis, so when I started medical leave, I was taking, like, maybe one hydrocodone a day, and it would, like, knock me out for, like, 15 plus hours. By the time that I stopped taking it a couple years later, I was taking, so that's 5 milligrams would knock me out for, right? 5 milligrams or 10 milligrams? 5 milligrams, would knock me out. But then by the end of it, I was taking like 40 milligrams at a time, 4 to 5 times a day, and feeling almost nothing. Like, that's how much my tolerance built. It sucks. Have you also had to deal with it, JJS? Yeah, it seriously sucks. Like, and I've had, so like the first time that I had my wisdom teeth removed, like that first one with the 2 on the bottom, my insurance wouldn't cover like actually knocking me out. Hey, careful please. So I was awake for it, and they just gave me like local, and I could feel it, and the doctor didn't believe me, and I started crying like halfway through because of how much it hurt and how awful it was and how like traumatizing it was to be feeling it and not being believed. Like, it's not fun.
The proper solution to that is if they're like, no, you can't feel this, and keep going, you punch them in the fucking throat because they're assaulting you. Yeah. Literally, because like they're inflicting pain on you that you were telling them to stop.
Yeah. No, and that's not the only doctor that's done that too. Like, when I was even younger, it was way worse.
I hope now you just like start screaming.
Yeah, now I have, like, basically finding out that it was a redhead thing gave me the confidence to, because it was like, oh, I'm not being dramatic and imagining things like they keep telling me I am. Like, this is real, and everyone who's told me it's not has lied to me.
Yeah. I think part of it is that the color, like the red in your hair, is not the same like ginger red that everyone expects, and so for whatever reason, I'm not sure why, like the red in your hair doesn't look natural red, so you probably may not think that it looks like you're actually
when I was a kid,
redhead.
it was like strawberry blonde.
Okay.
Like, that's more of my color. My dentist had to use extra shots. Yeah, now I will tell them ahead of time. I will say, I will tell them, like, you are going to need to use about twice what you think you need. And if it's someone who I haven't seen before, they'll be like, okay, yeah, sure. And then I'll be like, no, I'm serious. And then they'll find out. If you're not going to take me
seriously, I'm going to walk out of here right fucking now.
No, like, they'll basically, like, because I will refuse to let them continue now until I say it's okay.
Yeah.
And so they learn that I'm actually telling the truth because I can still feel the stuff that they don't think I should be able to feel.
See, you and I are very different people, because it'd be like, oh, okay, yeah, whatever, and you're not going to listen to me? Okay, I'm out of here. Don't fucking bill me, because you refuse to treat me. Yeah, it's like, I'm not going to fucking work with you if you're going to ignore my wishes.
I mean, they listen to me eventually, it's just that they don't believe me at first, and I think part of that is just...
I won't deal with...
Part of that
is
that people don't take women and pain seriously.
That's true, yeah.
Like, you don't have to deal with that the way that I have.
That's fair. Which is also, like, I think a good reason to react exactly the way I suggested, which was, like, not to ever like go to someone who refuses to take you seriously. Like,
I mean, at this point, if like after it is shown that I'm not lying and they still don't believe me, then I would be like, no, I'm done with this.
No, I mean, like, you should. I would say you should never, if they don't believe you at first, and if you explain I am a redhead, that means that I require more anesthesia, and they go, yeah, sure, whatever. Okay, first of all, you're not a fucking doctor because you don't know what the fuck you're doing.
Yeah.
Second of all, you need to fucking listen to your patients, not ignore them.
Yeah.
And third of all, fuck off. I'm never coming here again. I'm leaving you a bad review because you refuse to give a shit about your patients.
Yeah.
Like, that is a very good reason to not go to them, period.
Ooh, alien suck puppy, that sucks. Last teeth that got pulled, they left me awake, then gave me Tylenol 3 afterwards. Oof. At least the one time with the wisdom teeth, when I started crying, like, the doctor kind of panicked. Like, I don't think that he was used to people crying while he was doing procedures. Like, I think he was used to people being asleep. And he gave me, like, a bunch of Vicodin. But, like, that was the first time that I've ever taken Vicodin in my life. So, yeah, when I had my wisdom teeth removed, I woke up halfway through the procedure to them breaking apart. Ugh, yeah. I very much remember that feeling, but I was awake the whole time.
For whatever reason, one of my teeth, it's this one. When I had this one pulled, like, I don't have a problem with, like, pain that you do.
Mm-hmm.
Like, my body reacts to pain and anesthesia normally. I have a relatively high tolerance to pain. I can just ignore it better than I think most people can. But, like, I was definitely feeling it, and no matter how many times they injected, like, it still wouldn't fucking kill the pain on, like, one side of my jaw. So they kept, like, trying to get to the nerve, but apparently it's just not in the right place, or it's, like, too deep. So I don't know why that is, but yeah, they couldn't kill the pain to, like, half that tooth, or half the... pain in the mouth is always referred. It's weird to try to describe it.
Yeah.
But eventually I was like, look, just fucking pull the goddamn tooth. I don't care if I can feel it. I'm already in excruciating pain because it's like there's an abscess.
Yeah, like this pain will be an improvement over this pain.
Yeah, or it's like, yeah, this is going to be twice as bad as what I'm feeling just walking around. Fucking pull it, and then the walking around pain will go away.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay. Codeine is no match for hydrocodone. Very true. It wasn't until I saw my doctor's NP that she finally believed me and said it was fibromyalgia. I have fibromyalgia. It is a really difficult diagnosis to live with because half of the doctors don't believe it's real. And it's very frustrating.
I don't actually know much about what it fundamentally is.
It's basically like your nerves and your pain receptors are like fucked up. And it can be in different ways, but a lot of the time the way that it presents is basically like your body is telling you, hey, this hurts, but there's no actual physical cause for it. It's just your nerves being mixed up, basically.
Is it the peripheral nerves or the central nerves that are mixed up?
I don't remember.
Like, is it happening in the spinal cord and brain or outside of those?
I believe it's outside of those, but I could be wrong. And so basically you're just constantly in pain, and it's next to impossible to treat the pain because there's no necessarily physical cause for it.
In other words, most of the time when doctors are trying to, it's like, you have pain, let's figure out what's causing the pain, versus fibromyalgia. No, there's no cause. There's just the pain.
Yeah, pretty much. And so the doctors that acknowledge that it's real are very helpful, but the doctors that don't will just completely dismiss you and everything you say because of it.
Yeah, it sounds like a good reason to punch a doctor in the throat.
Yeah, welcome
when
to
they
being
tell
a
you
woman.
you're supposed to suffer.
That's called being a woman.
Yeah, it's what I said. It's a good reason to punch a doctor in the throat.
Starts with Eve and the baby pain.
Yeah. I'm still a fan of women punching doctors in the throat for not acknowledging their pain, especially when they're inflicting pain and pretending they're not doing that. I want to party with alien sock puppy. Don't we all? I was signed for all kinds of tests before that NP came along, painful ones included. Yeah. I've had to take tests multiple times in my legs. I don't think it's the EKG. I think that's something else, but it's something like the EKG. Basically, they would take needles with electricity in them and stick them in my legs, and then shoot the electricity in. Sometimes wiggle the needles around, and holy shit, it is so painful. And all it does is confirm that I'm telling the truth when I tell the doctor what hurts. But yeah, all doctors are bad. Not all doctors, but there's a lot of them that should be frustrating majority. Yeah. There's fatigue. Oh yeah, and fatigue and memory problems. Yeah, that's another side effect of fibro. Yeah. That makes it sound like it's a central nervous system issue.
It's like there's theories, I believe, that it is related to like lupus.
Interesting. That would make sense.
What's the word for it?
Autoimmune?
It's like the type of arthritis.
Rheumatoid?
Rheumatoid, yeah. Like it's some people think it's linked to that.
So autoimmune.
Edge.
Both lupus and rheumatoid arthritis are autoimmune diseases.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly.
EMG, thank you. Yeah, that's it.
Paige said I still don't get women who are doctors but don't like women either. That actually has to do with having it drilled into their brains on a subconscious level for 8 fucking years. That women aren't telling the truth. Like, no one actually ever says that. They just see everyone around them doing that constantly. So even when they know that that's a fact, they still end up, after 8 years of it, perhaps believing women more than most doctors, but still not believing them overall.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a learned behavior.
Yeah. England Sock Puppy said, now when I went to the ER with chest pains, they bypassed the triage nurse, put me right in a bed. They then they hooked me up with morphine and Valium, best hospital experience ever. I would tell them, please no morphine or Valium. I would rather be in pain, please. Personally, that's me.
Yeah.
Opiates scare the fuck out of me.
I got really lucky. I was so paranoid about being addicted to opiates that I was extremely careful about it. And had I not been as careful as I was, it would have been unavoidable.
Yeah. The
way that I was living.
I mean, the thing about opiates is they scare the fuck out of me because they sound amazing.
Yeah, they're pretty great.
And I know my brain well enough to know that the second I try those, and if I ever have access to them for any period of time, I'm just going to instantly be addicted. So it's just no, thank you. I would rather never have them, please.
Yeah, that's fair. That's actually solid. Good, not philosophy.
Personal philosophy.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, don't get me wrong, Rhetorica. I definitely could get access to opiates. I could probably go to a bar and find someone and buy some right now. It would not be difficult whatsoever to just get them. That's why I just never fucking will. Because, meth is actually far less terrifying to me than opiates. Because, meth isn't really, truly terrifying because it doesn't have the, alleviation of, just everything that opiates do. Alien Sock Puppy says, I don't have the addiction gene, otherwise I would already be an alcoholic and hooked to any number of things. Just lucky that way. I didn't think you didn't believe me. I know you believe me. It's just they sound really good and they seem really easy to get a hold of. Yeah. No. My reaction to addictions is really fucking bizarre. There was a good 2 or 3 year period where I was drinking every single day. A day that I didn't go to the bar, people would call me and ask me if I was okay. That's how much I went to the bar. And then the pandemic started, and I just stopped drinking. I just went, I can't go to the bar anymore. I guess I'm sober now. And aside from a couple shots a day for a week, or a week 2, 3, I forget exactly, to come down basically, just to prevent myself from having a seizure. I just stopped drinking.
Yeah. You're very lucky to not have the addiction gene, for sure. And you're very lucky to not be in America, Andrew. I could more than easily get them with my insurance paying for them with my hips shot and my knees shot too, on and on. Yeah. Oh, T by T, yeah. It's, like, aggressively progressive news. Most of the Funkos that I'm making are different hosts from T by T. This is Franny. She's a host on T by T. This is JR. He's about to start his own show on T by T.
I have no idea if M. Culture already knows and it's just, like, being goofy.
Yeah.
This
I don't want to
entirely
assume,
possible.
like, obviously you know what it is. Like,
Yeah.
that would be rude.
It would be kind of odd for someone in your audience specifically to not know. But
yeah.
not unbelievable, just like, oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. They're,
Okay, Ultra does know them.
yeah, at least, I would definitely recommend, my gateway drug for TYT was the Damage Report, which is on every weekday at 1 p.m. Eastern. It is my favorite, and it's also what got me started on making all the Funkos, because I made one for the host of that show, and, like, just kept going.
Oh, don't worry, Andrew. If you're unemployed here, they do give you something, hunger. And that's what we get if you're unemployed in the United States. It's not effective.
It's basically the U.S. government does the YISMA approach to people in need. And if you've ever seen The Emperor's New Groove, you might remember the scene where someone voiced by Winnie the Pooh comes up to her and asks for help. And it's like, I need food. And she's like, well, maybe you should have thought of that before you decided to be peasants. And that's basically the U.S. government towards the U.S. citizens.
All of them except for, like, the 250 billionaires.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's...
They didn't decide to be peasants, so they get help.
Yeah, the billionaires get help. Everyone else, like, stop being peasants.
Yeah. Texas has concealed carry licenses for poor people. Yeah.
Oh my god, you're poor and you need food, but if you'll buy a gun, we'll give you a concealed carry license for cheap. Yeah, that's what they need help with. Oh, if they were hunters, at least that would make sense. They could go kill and eat their own food. Jesus. And thank you, Buttspot, for changing Texas to Butt. Yeah, that's...
Doing a good work.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever held a real gun.
Yeah.
No, I must have held a real gun because I would go to like police stuff, and they would have like unloaded guns that are like made so that there's no way that they could be dangerous, so that you can like touch them and stuff.
Deactivated guns.
Yes. So I've touched those, but I don't think I've ever actually touched one that works.
Gotcha. So you've never held a gun that has a live round in the chamber?
Definitely not.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, no, definitely not that. Like I don't think I've held one that works.
Gotcha.
But yeah.
I'm not gonna say like I don't recommend it because like I'm really far left. As I say, if you keep going left, you get your guns back.
Yeah.
But I don't have any guns myself because I don't think I should have guns.
Mm-hmm.
But I also think we need a lot more gun control to a degree. I'm very ambivalent about gun control and guns in the United States. Like, I believe very strongly both ways. I have not made a decision.
That's fair.
Just said I saw Chank in 2014 on my Facebook feed. I was on a rant talking about Bernie, and I watched him that night on Thursday. That night on through today. Gotcha. Guns are fun but deadly. Oh well, the fun for me. Yeah, they're not. I wouldn't personally. I wouldn't classify them as fun. They're very useful. If I remember, guns don't kill people. Kill with guns.
Guns don't kill people. People kill people. But according to Eddie Izzard, the gun helps. You could go bang, but they'd have to be really dodgy in the heart for that to work.
Yeah, and also, it's like
Guns don't kill people, bullets kill people.
Yeah. Also, a lot of people say it's like, well, if you have a knife, you'll still be able to kill someone. So like, not having guns doesn't mean you'll prevent like murder. Because if someone really wants to kill someone, they'll still do it. It's like, yeah, but I've never seen anyone go on and kill 50 people with one knife.
See, I have very little to no hand-eye coordination, so target practice has very little appeal for me also.
That would actually make your hand-eye coordination go up. Like that should
yeah, but
actually...
at first it's going to be really frustrating and annoying, and it'll make me cry. So,
fair.
I have to get through that part first. Here in Wisconsin, Republicans passed a measure to allow students and parents to... Yeah.
That sounds about fucking right.
Cool, America. Cool. I've shot at ranges, but that's it. Not a hunter. Guns don't kill people. John Wick kills people. There we go. Raffle, you got it. I still haven't seen the third one. I still need to see the third one. The end of the second one really stressed me out, so I had to take a break. Baba Yaga. I gotta say though, it's fucked up or whatever. You go King's Cross, biggest train station in London. Yep. And since 9/11, you got police or whatever they all have massive guns and very tight shirts. I think that King's Cross has actually had terrorist threats. That's probably why they're like that there. Big old semi-automatics, and there's something very sexy about a guy trying to shoot you in the fucking head if you are bad.
Hey, we all got our kinks, so I will say that you are not the first person to express a relatively similar sentiment.
That's so funny.
Yeah. Open carry to parent-teacher conferences. Great idea. Yeah, that's gonna go real fucking well.
Okay, I haven't done any drummeling in a couple minutes, so I'm gonna do a little bit right now just so I can smooth this out. Very quickly, I promise. But I'm mostly talking to Brian right now, since he seems to be the one who cares the most. But I was thinking about, maybe starting to do, the first hour or so of streaming, starting a little earlier and having the first hour or so of just, I'm not going to be talking or anything, there's not going to be any sound but, the music playing, and I'm just dremeling, so you can, watch if you want, or just wait until the actual show starts, whichever you prefer. Does that sound like something anyone would be interested in watching? Let me know. Because it's something that we've kind of, tossed around a couple times, but I don't know how much interest there is in it. So you wouldn't have to hear it, you would just be watching it. People's defense is, I was just holding it, cleaning it, and just went off. Yeah. Go for it. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yay, Dremel. Thank you. This is just, okay. I can switch to one of the other ones now. These ones are quiet. I think that this is the cowhide one. Let's find out. If you're gonna be doing it anyway, no special Dremel, only mic. Yes, I will just isolate the Dremel sounds and blast those. That's what you want, right? That's what you're saying?
That would be easier than not including them. Hold on, I need to go remove a chunk of flesh.
Cool. In Mississippi and Louisiana, all you have to do is claim hunting accident, and that's the end of that. Well, that worked for Dick Cheney. So, not just Mississippi and Louisiana. Give us that Dremel ASMR. Hi, Bread into Toast. Lovely to see you. Hey, Jinx Page. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that this I'm using now is the cowhide one, which is a weird thing to think about, that, I'm using cow skin as a Dremel right now. But, whatever works. I just need to make this smoother. Otherwise, you will be able to see all of the bumps and such. Oh no! Yeah. You're right, I was gonna steal it from you, but you stopped me. Okay. Should be good now. Ciro wants to go to the Met and Guggenheim tomorrow. Ooh. You are not going to be able to do both. You should definitely choose. The Met is something that, like, you can go every day for a month and not see everything. So I would definitely recommend choosing one or the other. And also even if you do only do a little bit of each, like, that's still a lot of museum for one day. So I would definitely recommend he choose one. And I personally would say it's a Met, but that's because I'm a history nerd, and the Met tends to have more artifacts and stuff. Yeah. Length of Central Park twice and then some. Wow. The length of the entire island is only like 13.5 miles, so you could easily do that. That's my healing goal. When I'm finally, like, starting to get better from all the surgeries and everything, is, like, to prove that I'm doing better is to walk the length of Manhattan. Before that, all I want to do is just walk across the Brooklyn Bridge. I haven't gotten to that yet. But it'll happen. One day.
But you should definitely walk the length of Manhattan on Long Island. Like, walk the same length, exactly, to the foot.
And then be like, look at how much bigger my island is. Suck it, Manhattan. So one of my favorite books that I have about New York history, which is a lot of books, is called Manhattan, and it is about Manhattan Island before white people showed up. It is super cool. Folks, I may be homeless by the morning. Oh no, my roommates are fighting like really bad and I'm friends with the one who doesn't rent the house. Oh no! Oh, that sucks. Brazilians are crazy. I know many. We're gonna hit the Met first anyway. Yeah, okay. Go to the Met and you're gonna get sucked into the Met so hard that, like, you are gonna forget about the Guggenheim. like, I really want to get, like, a season pass or whatever for the Met and just spend days just wandering around it. That's my, like, post-pandemic goal. Cause, yeah.
Yeah, about being homeless by the morning. I've been through that. That happened a couple times to me. My favorite was, like, I went to work and came home, and I didn't live where I thought I lived. I didn't live anywhere. I was homeless, but I didn't know it yet.
Fun.
Yeah.
That sounds like a romantic partner type thing. Is that a romantic partner type
Nope.
thing? Huh.
Nope. Turned out everyone I was living with was actually squatting. They weren't paying rent, and I wasn't paying them a lot. I was paying them like $150 a month.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Where was this?
Florida.
I was gonna say, yeah, this sounds like Florida.
We were all squatting, and like I was like $150. I'm not gonna argue with that. It sounded sketchy as fuck, and it was, and it worked out for 2 months. So, like, all in all, it worked out all right. Like, yeah, I lost my TV and my Xbox and one of my computers because they stole it when they left, and everyone left. But the price of...
so, like, you came home and, like, there weren't people, like...
Yeah.
Oh. See, I thought that, like, all of you were like, well, fuck, this sucks.
No, like, everyone, like, the other...
We're starting that.
The other 4 or 5 people, I don't even know how many people technically live there, left while I was at work, and, like, one of them, I don't even know who, stole my stuff, and probably pawned it, but I never found out where or anything like that.
Jeez.
But however, if you look at it this way, like, if I had been paying rent for those 2 months, it would have been more than what the things were that I lost. So, like, it still worked out.
Philosophy. I like that. That's very, the grass is greener on my side, motherfucker. Is that the philosophy?
That's basically, it's like, I will find some fucking green grass somewhere. Doesn't have to be on my side, but it's not your side.
I'd literally track a motherfucker down if they stole my PC. Same.
I mean, by the time I found out what was going on, I was able to, like, you have to remember, like, this is my kind of hardware, so, like, there was no chance of them getting to any of my data on it. And it was, like, a 2013 netbook, basically. It wasn't, like, a decent PC.
What year was this?
Like, or around then. It was, like, only, like, maybe 9 months old.
Okay.
But, like, they took one of, like, 7 computers I had at the time. Because a couple of them were at work still, and 2 of them were in my car. One of them was hidden in my closet.
If you're
like, some of my
here,
stuff was still there.
If you're new here, Brian is a programmer person, so he has lots of computer shit.
I do not know how many computers I have. Yes, I do have an Xbox. I haven't plugged it in.
You were using the controller today.
I was messing
time?
with that with the PC using Bluetooth to see if it would work correctly,
Gotcha.
and it did. So I'm done with that.
Gotcha.
I could hook it up in the computer room.
We have a computer room. That's funny. Very 90s.
Yeah, in the office. Make you feel better. God
A
damn
little
it.
bit, yeah. Thank you. I don't like thinking that I'm time traveling. Makes me uncomfortable.
But yeah, I could hook it up, and yeah, I haven't actually played Red Dead Redemption 2 online yet. Oh, is there a date yet for the Star Trek stream?
That's so funny. I was just thinking about that in my head. I was like,
Yeah, so
we
was
should
I.
talk about the Star Trek stream.
I think we're going to try to do it possibly Sunday before the movie, if there is one. Like, that's the general schedule.
Yeah.
Because I think that works out for everyone, and then that
and
can
movies are only sometimes.
yeah,
so.
and we can transition that into, like, anyone who's watching. Hey, we're going to do movie night, blah blah blah. Go to this location, etc.
So yeah, so anticipate probably Sunday early evening, late afternoon, East Coast time. That's probably where we'll end up on that.
Probably maybe tomorrow.
I am going to have little to nothing to do with it, but I have given permission for them to drag me in occasionally.
Yeah, and so what we think we might do is, on occasion, have y'all, like, figure out which episode you want to force on her, so that she has to watch that. And then she'll join the stream immediately after that, and then we can talk about that and just vomit information on her about Star
Without
Trek.
me actually having watched the episode?
No, you'll have watched the episode, but, like, without the greater context. And so you just be like, Jesus Christ, there's, like, you're talking more about the overarching series than the episode. It's like, yeah, of course, because it's Star Trek. You're like, oh my god, what have I got myself into? And totally understand JJS. Like, it's difficult to run through that. Like, I found out I was homeless and just picked up what few things were still there, including a couple hidden computers. Found my dogs. They'd been let out and were running around. Put them in my van, went to the local coffee shop, just ordered a bottle of wine and just chugged the thing. Someone's like, "You okay?" Like, I think so, maybe, I don't know. I'm homeless though. Like, since when? About 20 minutes ago. Yep. What are you gonna do? I don't know yet. It's only been 20 minutes. Give me a minute to think.
Is it getting louder?
It shouldn't be possible for it to get louder.
Danny, they're going to torture me with Star Trek information. There's no future tense in that. I've been living with them both since June. So.
Probably tomorrow.
We have Star Trek dinnerware in this house.
She's not kidding.
I'm not. At all.
Case in point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so fucked up, especially in the US. I assume you're talking about Star Trek, Andrew. Thank you. Thanks, Aiden, you found them.
Yeah, I was very fortunate. If you are wondering why my dogs aren't around, I'll have to remind you that this was in like 2013. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. They're dead now. My dogs.
Dogs don't die.
They're living on a farm upstate now.
That's fine.
Oh, getting made homeless. Yeah, it's a little alarming that it happens with such regularity to a lot of people that we know.
I've had several extremely close calls. I am extremely, extremely lucky that I've never actually been homeless. But I've gotten really close a couple times. So. Go back to your cardboard.
And in my cases, it's never been a financial sudden, like, oh shit, I can't afford to live somewhere, I'm going to lose where I'm living that way. It's always been kind of a like, oh, apparently I don't live here anymore. I thought I did, and apparently I was wrong. I'm going to have to, like, solve this by finding somewhere else to live in another way. So I've never been, like, financially fucked over into homelessness. I've just been socially fucked over into homelessness. So it's always been a very quick resolution to just having an apartment again.
Yeah. Whereas I just have, I'm lucky enough to have a lot of really awesome people in my life who care about me very much. So, lucky me. Hi, you're cute. First time I was on Common Room, the question was, what's the worst thing you've done? And I told the story about how I burned my previous landlord for several months of rent because the shit they did or didn't do, and how I used the money I saved from that to get my current place.
You're a fucking hero.
Yeah, that's not a bad thing at all. I've never seen a full episode of Star Trek, and I've never seen a full Star Wars. I've seen full episodes of Star Trek. Quite a few, actually, I'd say, overall, but it's been, like, over the course of my life, so I don't remember all of them. I think I finally got the app to work right. Yay! Good job! Oh, that's me.
Yeah.
Do we care about the paint can?
No, it's not the paint can. It's the bits. Just move it closer on top of the paint can.
Yeah. Okay, we're not doing barking.
I mean, I personally actually really love Discovery, and Picard, and Lower Decks. I'm ambivalent about Prodigy. So, like, those are the 4 new ones. So.
Wow, just dissing all of the classics.
And I love all the classics too, but like as for the new ones, I really like 3 out of the 4. And the 4th one I'm still watching every time there's a new episode. So I'm not like, I don't dislike it. It's just, it's not like yay. It's just like, okay, cool, another episode of Star Trek that's all right. I'm really looking forward to Strange New Worlds, which is an immediate prequel to the original series. Like, it's the 5 years before the original series.
So, Pike is the commander?
Yep.
See, I know things.
But not the first captain of the Enterprise, only the second captain. Because Kirk is the 3rd. Everyone, except for the Kelvin timeline, where Kirk's the first captain. Or no, technically second, because Pike's in charge.
I get it. I
like
knew a thing, and it threw you off, and you need to prove that you know way more about the thing Let me know a thing.
Fair. Robert April is first. But you are correct.
But yeah. So I like a lot of the cast members in the new stuff. I care very much about them. Tig Notaro is probably one of like the most important people in existence to me emotionally. Like if you've ever watched Community, the TV show, you would remember about when Troy meets Carl Sagan, or not Carl Sagan, sorry, LeVar Burton. Wow, that's very different. He meets LeVar Burton and like it's very funny. And he like panics and freezes up and can't say anything. And he's like, I just wanted a picture. You can't disappoint a picture. That's how I'd be with Tig Notaro. Like, I'd embarrass myself. Like, she's too important to me for me to meet her. You know? I don't feel guilty or anything with how it played out with my last place. All I did was exercise my rights within the law. Hell yeah, right to toast. Do any of y'all play online games? I need some suggestions.
The only video game that I really play is Subnautica at the moment. If
you join the Discord, JJ, the Discord that I am a part of is a gaming Discord. So I just have like a subsection of that Discord, but the rest of the Discord is all dedicated to different types of gaming. And so you would be able to find people who are also playing whatever game it is that you decide that you want to do, or you can join games. So I definitely, if you're looking for stuff, check that out.
Yeah.
Community is so good. Yeah, I actually have not seen past, I want to say season 5 or 6, maybe. I don't think it was like because I got angry or anything. I think it was just like I moved and just didn't catch up or something like that. But it is so funny. It's such a funny show. Subnautica is pretty cool.
That's one I mentioned playing.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, it's a single player game though. It's not online, but it is a lot of fucking fun.
Rhetoriku like immediately jumped, like was like, yes, gaming done. Yeah, like check it out. Maybe you'll find ideas. You know, the games that I play, I'm not a big gamer. The only games that I play are games that I can play while like watching the news or listening to a podcast or something, because they keep me from like ADHDing out and like not paying attention to what's being said. So like the multitasking actually keeps me focused on what's being said. So basically it's like puzzle games or coloring games or, you know, stuff like that.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, like things where I don't have to think. Things that don't involve words. Mostly, like those are the things that I play. So I'm not like a gamer. It's a big gap in my geek repertoire. Thank you.
I kind of want to teach you programming just to see if you can program while listening to like
a podcast.
Yeah, because I can do that.
Yeah, it's mostly just like if it doesn't involve words and letters, like. It's same thing with the like falling asleep. If I'm listening to something with words, it's going to be next to impossible for me to fall asleep. But if I'm just listening to sounds, like, and that includes like music. Like I can't listen to music with lyrics.
I don't think any of y'all can hear me when I'm going to sleep, but usually when I'm going to sleep, I'm listening to like SCP readings.
Yes, I can hear it through the door when I walk past.
Like when you walk past, not like it's keeping you awake, but like in my room. No. If you were to stop by my door and listen very quietly, you could hear it.
Wait, shit, you know that I do that? Fuck. I thought I was being discreet.
But yeah, I actually need someone talking about something in a very boring and monotone-ish way to fall asleep. Because, yeah, of course I do.
Only 3 D&D games a week, Alien Suck Puppy? Are you okay? Only multiplayers Overwatch. I've never played Overwatch.
You would probably not get into it because it's very much a fast-paced, like, first-person shooter.
Oh, that's weird, JJ. You can only see the messages I'm sending in the chat. Can you send JJS a whisper with the link for the Discord?
Yep.
Hopefully that'll help.
I can only see the messages I'm sending in chat. So, JJ, you can't see any messages from anyone else.
Like what anyone else is saying. Because, yeah, the Discord is also, like, where I'll post, like, schedule stuff. It's where movie night happens. We do it on the Discord. Like, I'm trying to be more active on Discord. And, like, actually make it a thing instead of, like, just something that sits and exists. TF2.
Team Fortress 2.
I would not have gotten that. Yeah, like I'll watch Game Busters when they're doing like Fortnite, but I don't get it. I don't see the appeal. I don't understand. But that's just me being like, my parents are both very like anti-video game. So I grew up without video games. Like, I played Mario Kart occasionally if I ended up at like the Boys and Girls Club. Like, that's it. So like I don't have any sort of foundational, like, here's where I got started gaming and why I still, you know, like, it just never, that never happened for me.
JJS, are you on an app? If you're on the app, are you on Android or Apple? And if you're not on the app, are you on a website? And if you're on a desktop, I'm assuming you're on the website. But I'm curious which one it was.
Hi. The cardboard got up there too. Do you want the cardboard one? You can like barely see her on the camera. Alright.
I have been playing video games since around 1988, 89. When I was a wee little bairn.
I was born in 88.
I was playing on the Amiga 1000. Which at the time was, I think, well, at that point it was already the Amiga 1000.
Wait, okay, hold on, an addendum. I did play Oregon Trail as a kid. I loved Oregon Trail. So I do have some gaming background. I totally kicked ass at that Final River. I was really good at that.
Oh, yeah, I would try doing just the website on Windows 10. I've never known of I've never even encountered anyone that uses that app on Windows. Like, I didn't even know there was an app for
Microsoft
Twitch on
apps
Windows.
tend to suck. I rarely actually use the apps, but I might just be using bad ones.
I mean, like, part of it is that initially they were really bad, and then everyone learned that, and no one uses them anymore, and so no one makes apps through the Windows Store anymore.
That makes sense.
Or at least not a lot of people do, or the people who do, like, I think there's just two groups of both developers and users. People who use the apps, people who don't, people who, like, think the apps are awful so they don't use them, and people who think the apps work so they do. And then, like, developers, like, no one makes apps for Windows Store, and then people who are like, of course people make apps for Windows Store, we do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Jay just said we had every game system. The first...
I've never owned a game system in my life.
The first game console I had was actually the original Xbox. Despite playing video games from, like, the 80s. Like, it took until the early mid-2000s to have a game console because everything was just computers.
Okay, I lied a little bit. I did have one of those, like, Disney handheld, like, Nintendo games things that was, like, just that one game.
That's not like a console.
Like,
so,
I think it was Sega. I think there were little Sega games.
Yeah, but, I mean, those were...
But I'm, like, because I said I've never owned anything, and I don't want to be a liar.
That's fair.
I had one of those games. I don't remember if it was Lion King or Aladdin, but I had one of those. So, you know, I don't want to be misrepresenting myself.
That's fair.
Those were really hard, by the way. Like, next to impossible. Yes, Miguel. So, the character that I'm painting right now is kind of like a hologram. So this is just the first coat. She is not actually going to be blue, but she is going to be like glowing. So this is just like the base coat so that the glow is slightly blue. I hope that it turns out the way that I'm pretty sure it's going to turn out. We're going to find out. There's some experimenting going on here. But that's why it's blue, in case anyone is like, what is she doing? Anyway.
So yeah, I was born after like after the ones y'all were talking about, like the Intellivision and such. That was released and discontinued before I was born, I believe.
That doesn't mean you never had one.
That's true,
Just
but
never
I
knew.
also never had one.
Okay.
The only, like, my family had computers, plural, in the 80s.
Yeah, same. Like, we had one of those 80s robots. Apparently it scared the shit out of me when I was a kid.
Wow.
Like, my dad was like an engineer person. Like, his job was complicated, but he's very computer savvy, or he was.
Yeah.
So we always had stuff before anyone else had it. Like, when we got our first DVD player, like, you couldn't really find DVDs for sale, so they had to like give us some free DVDs along with the DVD player.
Oh, I am 36. Born in 85. Yeah, I never had a Commodore 64, but I did have the Amiga 1000. Growing up, I think until 97, 98 or so, all we had were Amiga computers. We had 3 Amiga 1000s, 3 Amiga 1200s, an Amiga 500. I think that's all we had. Yeah, we had 7 different Amiga computers. Oh, April. So, Taurus, specifically. If you care about that sort of thing. Hello, Lexi Mom.
Hey, Exy Mom. Welcome. We're just chilling. Talking about gaming consoles, I guess, right now. I don't have a lot of, like, stuff to contribute to the discussion. Since my experience kind of starts and ends at Oregon Trail.
Yeah, the only computers we had, except for a early IBM compatible transluggable computer that my dad had from work. Aside from that, the only computers we had until the late 90s were Amigas. And so, like, I was very, very much used to the Amiga operating system. The first programming language I learned was Amiga Basic. Like, yeah.
JJ's, can you see the chat now? Hopefully. Sorry, continue.
Brento said, first computer we had when I was a kid was a 33 megahertz 46 with 4 megs of RAM and a Sound Blaster card. Yeah, the first computer my family had was a 7 point something megahertz Amiga 1000, which is a 68,000 chip. Basically the same as some of the really early Macintosh computers in terms of the sort of the CPU. And it had, I believe, initially half a mega RAM, although it had an expansion card for to bring that up to a full mega RAM. Woohoo! And had 1 floppy disk drive and a 20 megabyte hard drive. Yeah, baby, we had a hard drive. Sure, it was $3,000 and only held 20 megabytes, but we had a hard drive. And then the Amiga 1200, which was, I think, got released in 91 or so, was like a 20-ish megahertz 6820 chip, 6820. And so that was a big step up because it also had hold on, I gotta remember, ham 8 mode or ham 6 mode.
Mine. No, these are mine. Sorry. All mine.
So yeah, the original Amiga 1000 that we had, which was released in 1990 or 1985, was actually had 4,096 colors on the screen. At the same time, the original Macintosh, which was released the year before, had 2, which is kind of hilarious. And I think PCs around the same time had 16. And yeah, the Amigos.
Just throwing everything around. Just.
Yeah, it was definitely the dog that did that.
Yep. That wasn't me.
Yeah, it had 4,000 colors on screen when like PCs were 16 and Mac was 2. And somehow the Amiga lost. If you ever wonder why, it's because the people running the company are like, we don't know what the fuck we're doing. We've made this amazing machine and we don't know who to market it to.
Yep, definitely Smeagol. Yay, JJ's works. Hooray.
And then the Amiga 1200 had, God, I have to remember, but it was like a truly absurd number of colors.
I remember having one of those computers that was like only green. Like green and black.
Yeah, those are.
That's the first computer I remember having.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I remember being in 2nd grade. Hi. And telling my friends that my dad had a phone in his car and they didn't believe me. I thought I was lying. So yeah, like just always been slightly ahead of like the norm.
Yeah. So yeah, verified and so there were situations in which the Amiga 1200 could put over 1 million colors on the screen.
Wow.
In 1991, when everyone else was like, maybe we can do 256. The Amiga's like, we're doing 1 million. Are you guys okay?
Fantastic.
And it just crashed and burned because they didn't market it to anything in particular. They're just like, look at all of the possible things you could do. And I was like, what's it good for? Anything you can imagine. And it's like, okay, Max, what are you good for? Being artistic. PCs, what are you good for? Business, making money, business, making money. Okay, we want to make money. We like art. Amiga, what are you good for? Whatever you can imagine. Okay, fuck off.
Yeah. I remember my dad's first mobile phone. It was in a big leather bag. First grade is usually 6 years. We used weird tan computers, and then we got the Clear Max. My mom had a phone in her car back in the late 80s. Yeah, so this would have been, I was in 2nd grade in 94, 95? Yeah. Yes.
Like, the thing is, if the Amiga had marketed itself as, like, actually good for business, and actually good for art, and actually good for other things, too, instead of just, like, we're good at anything. Just like, no, we're actually really good for business. Like, let's show you we're good for that.
Yeah.
And let me actually show you that we're good for this other thing, too. Like, the problem was they tried to say, we're good for anything, rather than show you we're good for each of these things. And they just, yeah, they just drove that company into the ground despite the hardware being incredible.
First smartphone came out in 2008. Yeah, I was in college. My first cell phone, I was in 8th grade, and it was like pre-Nokia. Like, it was like the one before that. I remember seeing a dude with one of those big gray brick phones in the early 90s. Yeah, I remember that. One of my dad's favorite jokes, like, back in the 90s and early aughts was, like, so we have very big heads. Like, I know that my head looks like a normal size, but if I try and put on a hat, you will see that it is actually very large. And it's just like a family trait. It's great. It means I can't wear hats. And my dad's explanation used to be that it's because our brains are so big and you can't fit a computer in a calculator case. But now he can't say that anymore. So,
Yeah.
stop being able to say that a while ago. Oh, Brian, I don't know if you'd be interested, but it seems like your cup of tea, The Gaming Historian on YouTube.
I've come across it. It's pretty close, but the delivery of a couple other channels, like the actual like local delivery of a couple other channels, is a little more engaging. But it's definitely great, and I'm subscribed, but I don't end up watching the videos.
The 10-gallon hat. That just makes me think of Norm Macdonald on SNL as Turd Ferguson. It's a hat. It's a big hat. It's funny.
I personally choose to believe that that was not planned, and that Norm Macdonald just found that hat backstage and put it on immediately before that.
This is what my character would wear. My first cell phone was in 2003. Yeah, so this was 2001 is when I was in 8th grade. I got it to avoid long distance charges, and it took over my life. Yeah, we had to pay like 10 cents a text message or something, and we got some really, really big bills. And by we, I mean me to my parents. That was a learning curve for sure.
See, what's incredible about that is like my friends had cell phones before I didn't have a cell phone until I was 20.
Wow.
And so like my friends had cell phones, and they were like, "Hey, it's great. I can text all my friends. Like, how much is that costing per text?" I don't know. My parents pay for that. I'm like, are you just that much of an asshole? Like,
or just a privileged person? Like,
no,
no,
not these particular people. Like, it's one of those like you should probably make sure that you're not fucking over your parents big time.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I totally had a Nokia brick.
That was my first one. Was one of those Nokia bricks.
One. Yeah. I feel very old right now discussing it.
Yeah, I was 20 before I had my first phone. Oh, first cell phone, I should say.
Yeah. Great. Yeah, prepaid phones. Snake was a good game. It was hard. That was a hard game. Kids these days don't even know. Hey, Rude Ricky, welcome home. Welcome here. Your dad still has the one he bought back then? Wow. That's impressive. So maybe this one. I remember the first incoming minute was free. Yeah, it was like after 9 p.m. it was free or cheaper or something.
Was that the cell phones or just home phones?
Cell
Was it
phone.
both? You're right, it was both. It definitely on the cell phones. I remember also applying like later on or before maybe to home phones, where it's like when you make long distance calls, it's cheap.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which originally, like when I was younger, I thought that was just like a money thing. Like we can charge people more during the day when they actually care, and I guess we can't really charge them at night.
It was for peak hours, I would assume.
Yeah,
right?
it was to drive down
Yeah.
the number of people using it during the day.
Yeah.
It was literally, it's like, it's like, you want to make a call during the day, we're going to make it cost you so that hopefully you won't do that.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Sorry, I know I keep dremeling. It's a Dremel heavy day. I didn't think it would be. Nights and nights and weekends. That's right, Rhetorica. I will say I miss programming your own ringtones. I figured out how to do it on the iPhone like 10 years ago, but it's probably not doable that way anymore. I switched away from iPhone a while ago.
I mean, now you could just like, oh, I want to make this particular ringtone, so you just like go into an audio thing on a computer and like record that MIDI sound into an MP3 and put it on your phone.
Yeah. I've had my phone on silent for the last 8 years, probably.
It's extremely frustrating at times.
Yeah, you're not alone. Your first cell phone in 2004? 21, wow. Only reason I got it then was because my boyfriend at the time lost his phone, got a new one, and then found his phone and gave it to me. That's so funny. And the friends and family plans, so you choose 5 numbers. They still do that, though. Obviously different, but...
I mean, now it's just like all
Aximum,
called
I don't know
free.
if you know this, but Rude Ricky loves purple. Like, it's her favorite. She loves purple. I almost wore a purple shirt today for her. But mom. J-pop ringtones. My first iPhone was a fucking disaster. I ditched Apple after a year and never looked back. I ditched Apple 4 years ago, I think? 5 years ago? My thing that got me was the planned obsolescence.
It
That's
wasn't
unethical.
Really, it wasn't just planned obsolescence though, because like the problem was the battery would fail over time.
Yeah.
So the option was either to slow down the phone or have it randomly crash while you were using it. And like between the two, you should make it slower, not randomly shut off in the middle of someone like calling 911.
Yeah.
It would be unethical for them to not do that. Because that would mean the phone may turn off in emergency situations.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And what amuses me is everyone's definite and absolute love for purple. But like everyone in this channel absolutely adores purple. I'm just gonna.
Sorry, this one's annoying. Sorry.
Rude Ricky, you have to understand, I only wear purple shirts.
I told her yesterday.
Okay.
I don't know if she understood. I said that, like, Brian has the Steve Jobs wardrobe, where it's like, he wears the same thing every day. He has, like, 20 of the same clothing item. And it's a purple t-shirt.
I bulk ordered the same shirt. It's an identical shirt.
He's wearing one right now.
It's always the same shirt. It's always the same, like, pair of pants, because that way I never have to think about it.
Yeah, no, he's always wearing a purple shirt. When he's not wearing a purple shirt, because he will occasionally wear something else, it's weird and uncomfortable to look at. Like, I don't know if it's weird and uncomfortable for you, but it's weird and uncomfortable for me.
It's usually because I'm bleary eyed, just like reaching, like,
no, he had like a job interview last week, and he came out in like a shirt and tie and slacks. It was very weird. It was weird. That's what I'll say about it. If it ain't broke. If it ain't Baroque. That's from Beauty and the Beast. If it's not Baroque, don't fix it. Cogsworth says it.
I think when I originally watched that, I was not aware of what Baroque was, and so I had categorized that as him just saying broke weird.
I think I did the same thing as a kid.
I don't think, even though I've seen the movie, like, in the last few years, I don't think I recognized the pun. Because I just had already categorized it.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much, Paige. That is kind of my plan. Like, any cartoon character that always wears the exact same thing, which is every cartoon character, it's, just like, yeah, I wear the exact same thing every single day.
Yeah. And then when he goes outside, he puts on a trench coat and a floofy Russian hat with a communist pin on it, just to make the neighbors be like, oh, that's a person.
And then my mask, it says punch Nazis.
And it's rainbow.
Yeah.
You haven't worn your heart glasses in a while, though. Did you lose them?
No, they're on my bed.
Oh, so they're covered in cat poop.
No. I cleaned up the cat poop. And I cleaned my bed. And I chased the cat around. That was several months ago. Where is my mask, actually?
It was on the arm of the couch earlier today.
think it was last night because I picked it up.
Same thing, honestly.
Yeah. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Okay, well, we chased him away, y'all. Good job. So yeah. Been able to talk about New York City history more than normal this stream, which is exciting for me personally. And not even about the draft riots. So I was trying to think of a movie for tomorrow, and like the only movie I can really think of is Gangs of New York, and that's like a 3.5-hour movie. So we might not do movie night tomorrow, but maybe we could do first Star Trek. What do you think? Ask Barbara. I think she's gone now.
Okay. Yeah, Anushanka. That's my hat. Has the FBI not showed up at your guys' apartment? Mainly probably because they were already listening to everything we were saying and going like, okay, these people aren't actually going to like blow anything up. They're just going to say that like the U.S. government's evil. Yeah. They're not like a physical threat.
I am doing the research for next week, which, if you're not aware, the topic for next week is Scientology. And just starting to do the research, y'all, I'm gonna be on list. Like, at least one list. Probably multiple lists.
I mean, I'm gonna be on lists. It's my internet account.
I don't know. Could go either way.
True. But I'm already on every list imaginable because I've had a security clearance. So they're like, everything I'm doing online is always being watched.
Yeah. I know I'm already on lists just because of my political beliefs and everything.
Yeah.
Like, there's no way I'm not. I will regularly wish my assigned NSA person a good day. Like, at my phone. I'll just be like, hello, NSA person. I hope today's a nice day for you. Just because I'm polite. And I care.
Andrew said, you're welcome. I'm a very bad gay that way. Whether I'm teaching or all the time or the rare time I socialize, always the same. Black sneakers I pass off as shoes. Black trousers or jeans. A bunch of similar check Ralph Lauren shirts.
So you're just talking about life hacks?
Oh no, just like always dressed exactly the same.
Ah. So Andrew's doing the fancy version of
yes.
Gotcha.
Interestingly enough, so I'm sure Andrew, at least, or I'm sure most of you have probably seen. What's the British thing where? Hold on. Kingsman. I'm sure most of y'all have probably seen Kingsman. I'm kind of assuming Andrew has too. I don't know why there's an assumption in my head.
Is Kingsman a popular thing in England?
I have no idea.
I'm asking Andrew, not you.
Yeah. But in that, they actually mentioned, like, Oxford's not brogues. Remember?
Yeah.
In terms of shoes.
Mm-hmm.
And they point out that broguing on the shoes is, like, the stylistic stuff.
Yeah.
And I realized that the Gaelic word for shoes is brogue. And now I'm kind of curious, is that actually just, like, is that a cognate?
Yeah.
Or, like, how did that end up being the same, or is it just an accident?
Yeah, that's interesting. I never really put that together.
So, I should look that up.
It did.
Hooray, y'all are saved from the fucking Dremel noise.
I'm so close to done. Okay. Life imitates anime.
Yeah,
Words of wisdom.
Here, hold that. You can't use it. I'm just handing it to you so you can deal with it. It's not my problem anymore.
You haven't seen Kingsman? I just watched it for the first time, both movies. They're really good. I didn't really know what to expect. But I was very pleasantly surprised.
A love letter to
a dog
James
does
Bond.
die off screen in the second movie. Fair warning. a dog dies off screen.
Trying to remember which part you're talking about.
And yeah, so fair warning for that. But it is totally off screen, and you just kind of hear about it later. But there's a dead dog.
I mean, you definitely know what's happening at the time.
Yeah. Try pulling this up.
But it's like
James Bond Jr. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. Yeah, it's like James Bond Jr. school.
And plus, like, also a love letter to James Bond, and also being kind of like poking fun at it a little bit.
Definitely.
But like in a, we love you,
like,
but you're.
It's like it is to James Bond what Cabin in the Woods is to horror movies. I would almost say.
I would say Army of Darkness. No, yeah, you're right. Because Army of Darkness is
because Cabin in the Woods has like the compilation of all of the different, you know. But yeah.
Army of Darkness.
You get etymological false friends or whatever, but mostly when words are similar, there's usually a reason. Yeah, definitely. Kingsman reminds me of Steed from the BBC Avengers. I don't know if I remember that character.
Did you ever watch The Avengers?
I think so. The BBC, I think so. I have like vague memory of it, but I don't know how much I actually watched. Because like I've mentioned before, like I grew up without TV, so any TV I did watch, it was like when I was at my grandma's house for an afternoon, or like at a friend's house or whatever. Like it was just random.
I'm honestly astonished that you would know of it. Like, because not only were you not a big TV person, but it was also never popular here.
My grandma's British.
That's right.
Yeah. My grandma moved, she met my grandpa when he was stationed in England, and they fell in love, and she decided to move here and marry him. And they were together for just short of 60 years, almost every day. They're my, like, goals. Oh, hey, Chip. Sorry, I missed you right there. Lovely to see you. An episode here and there. Yeah, like, I feel like if I rewatched it, I would be able to pick out what I have seen, but, like, I could not, like, describe it offhand to you at all. But that movie... is Smeagol still guarding the biddies? Yes, she is. They are right here. Please.
Everyone saw her try to bite it.
The cardboard is here. They're more important than the cardboard. It's nice how you can see her tail from this angle. Yes, this is mine, but no.
Yes, this is mine, and I will throw it on the fucking floor.
Power moves means I respect it. But yeah. So, moral of the story, check out Kingsman. Yeah. That was good. I think we watched like Kingsman and John Wick like really close together.
Kingsman was a month or two before John
Was
Wick.
it? Okay.
Yeah.
Atomic Elbow, hello. You've been out at lunch, but I'm just stopping by to say hi. Hi! Thank you for stopping by. What did you eat for lunch? I ask the important questions here. Smeagol's too funny. I know, it's ridiculous. You're not interested in the Wampa? Earlier, we were playing with the Wampa, and like, while she was doing her thing, I like quickly like moved it to be like right under her, and she couldn't find it. Smeagol, you get love! Oh, you get love from Paige because you're so good and cute. You're so good and cute. Look at the tail. Look at her tail.
Hold on, wait, I want to show something. You see her throw that?
Yep. Priorities. Her tail. It's so ridiculous. Ooh, steak and salad at a barbecue. Yum.
I think we may need to attach the camera to this now. Which actually will work better, because like if we're not actively using it, we can just like take the top off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have the most ridiculous dog. And the thing is, like, she was a weird dog when she showed up, but not like this weird. And so I am just curious, like, how much of the weird was in her all along, and how much of it is from me?
And how much did you grow her? Yes.
And how much also is it because of the name? Like, did I do that? But yeah. Oh, so I can consult with you all. So I am sending my friend who did the logo a list of emotes to make for here. I'm going to read the list to you all. Let me know if I should change or alter or what. So there's 11. Alright, so the first one is just like a hi, like a greeting. Then one that's like love. One that is angry. I'm thinking maybe one that's hungry, because that's fun. Crying, excited, a hug, Gollum mode. Some sort of nice for 69 and 420 because I'm an adult. Laughing, celebrate, and money. What do y'all think of those? Any more? She had weirdest potential that you fostered. Yes. Yes. I definitely. It was there, and I discovered it, nurtured it.
And now she can't see the bits. She's staring at me with nothing but absolute righteous adoration and fury.
Yeah, it's a good combination. But yeah. 11! Yes. Because those are the spots that I have right now, so I'm sure that I will get more in the future. At which point I will, get more from him. But, I feel like that's a good assortment of, like, emotions that might actually be used. And I'm planning on telling him it can be Smeagol, it can be me, it can be both, or it can be something else. Like, I'm giving him creative freedom. Gollum mode for sure, I know, right? Like, that is necessary. So you like the last one, Chip? Is that what you're saying? The hungry? Or money? The money one. Yeah, there's like this gif that I like to use a lot of this guy with like $1 bill, and he's like, oh yeah. And he puts it on his hand, he's like, that's me. I think you being an adult is still up for debate. Oh, no, the debate is over. Like, it's been over for a while. Like, there was a chance that the trauma might have turned me into an adult, but all it did was really just enhance the fact that I'm not an adult. Right, Smeeks?
She's pleading for me to remove the cardboard.
You need to see it? We need a 69 because Johnny took his away and I'm lost. Oh, okay, yeah, for sure. Like, I need there to be some sort of, like, 69, 420 thing. Like, that is necessary, and something that I, at least, would use regularly. Unless it's got my face on it. I feel weird about using emotes with my face on them. Maybe I'll get over that eventually. But, oh, hey, not on the table.
She forgets herself sometimes, but she's actually really good about knowing what she's allowed to do.
Yeah, she knows. She's a good dog.
Yeah, that wasn't a... But what I meant is, like, she forgets what the rules are. And it's like, I just have to get to it, and, like, puts her foot up without thinking that she's putting her foot on the table.
Yeah. Definitely.
Rudoki says there should definitely be... Or I think she thinks there should be a Producer Brian one. Which I'm not opposed to.
I think that is a good point. Which of the list do you think is the most Producer Brian-y?
Gollum mode.
Holy fuck. That's such a good answer. Oh. Y'all are the best.
I mean, that was just me. No one said that.
Chip said it.
Wait. Oh! Oh, wait, no, I think that was, Chip, did you say that in response to Danny's question? Did you say that before Danny asked which one should be mine? Because, like, I said it without looking at the stream. So I don't want to, like, take credit. I'll take, like, half the credit and you can have the other half. Because I did come up with it entirely independently. But I am curious if that's what you meant. Oh, yeah. We did run into a lot of problems with the stream. It should be fixed now. I didn't see that because I wasn't looking at that part of the screen. Let me see if I can figure out what happened.
What's wrong? Dropping many frames?
Oh, all of the frames for a while. I'm not seeing anything going on with the network.
Oh, for anyone who has arrived recently, something came loose in the JR Funko, and he is now a JR Maraca. It's in the head. I don't know what it is. I'm guessing it's a loose piece of epoxy. I don't know if it's worth trying to get it out. It's a big debate going on in my brain right now. Or should I just let JR have his own Maraca? It's a big decision. Brian needs to pose for column mode then.
Or, here's an interesting solution to it. Do you have anything that would solidify... You know how, like, resin solidifies with UV? Do you have anything that will solidify if, like, just left alone over time? Or can we get something?
Well, the epoxy will.
But something that is more fluid than the epoxy.
I don't have anything, but I'm sure I could get something.
Because what we could do is drill a very small hole in his head and then fill it full of the self-hardening epoxy. And then, as long as it's relatively lightweight, that won't really affect everything else, and then it will be stabilized.
That's true. We can try that. Hooray. I know, right? So what I'm thinking of doing for the Funko is to have him wearing the JR rated shirt and then have the candies be the color and like scheme of his new show watch list. Because I demand that the new show has a only candies section. I sent him a progress photo, and like he was so excited. It made my heart very happy. He's such a good dude.
Yes, Rhetorica, that's exactly my plan.
What?
Get a syringe to fill the head with something else.
Yeah.
And then Sock Puppy said, isn't that how they tried to save President McKinley?
And George Washington, I think.
Yes. I'm trying to think, in terms of materials.
I mean, I have always wanted to try and make this stuff with resin.
Yeah. But most of the time, I mean, a lot of depends on the kind of resin. Some
Yes.
of them are UV reactive, some of them
Yes.
just like auto heat themselves over time.
Yeah.
You need to be careful it doesn't like get too hot and like melt parts of the head.
That's true.
Actually, Mom says she likes the rattle, so.
You like to... I should just consult with JR and be like, how do you feel about being a Maraca? And give no context.
Refuse to elaborate
Yeah.
in any way.
I just need to know how you feel about being a Maraca. That's all I need, JR. And then when he answers, just be like, alright, noted.
Torku says, so you can do nothing and say the head is filled with candy.
It's a JR Pinata.
Atomic Elbow points out, injected with a small amount of epoxy resin to sit at the bottom of the head. Loose bit will then sink in it and be set there.
That is not a terrible.
Yeah. If you go in from the top, like between some of the braids.
If I'm going in, it's gonna have to be from here.
Why is that?
Because that's the part that is the easiest to hide, and it will definitely access. It's also like the thinnest part of the head.
Gotcha.
So there's a whole bunch of reasons to go from that angle.
That's fair. If you go in from that angle, just make sure you put the epoxy like on the front or the top of the head, not on that part.
Yeah.
Because you want to be able to add more if the thing still is rattling around, so you could like keep drying or just end up filling it up entirely.
Yeah.
Ellen Sock Puppy said, I warned y'all at the beginning of the night I was in a weird headspace tonight. Fair.
I love it. Unless it's a sad headspace, in which case I hate it. But also I love it. You could convert JR into a Pez dispenser. He would really like that, I feel. I feel like JR would totally be into music. Like, I feel like he has very strong music opinions.
The idea of someone who just doesn't, like, someone who's, like, okay with music.
That's
sure.
John.
Yeah, like, okay, I get that. I can understand that. It's not an important thing in your life. But the idea of someone who just, like, doesn't understand the appeal of music and, like, doesn't want it on ever is just, like, so fundamentally alien to me. Like, not someone who's deaf and has never heard music. I get that. Like, okay, this is not a thing you experience. Cool. It's like someone who's blind, not giving a shit about the color difference between red and green. Yeah, of course I'm not going to. That's not part of their experience.
Yeah.
But someone who like can hear music and is like, nah, I don't like music. It's like, so what the shit? Please turn that off. I don't wish to ever hear music. I don't think you're human.
I hate happiness. It's like neurosurgery. Yeah, going from the back of the head always. That's funny actually, Mom. Everyone has a screw loose. It's true. Atomic elbow. Oh, it needs to be fixed. That's what neurosurgery means, not go from the back of the head always. My bad. I was so sure I got that right.
Maybe Atomic Elbow is saying converting JR to a Pez dispenser is like neurosurgery.
Maybe. I think JR's wife is musical, but he's not, so he could at least play along with his maraca head. He could be like Will Ferrell in the Cowbell SNL sketch, but with his Funko maraca, like in the background, just like being distractingly rocking out.
Atomic Elbow was wondering who John's favorite artist is, possibly Neil Diamond. I don't know. The reason I was thinking about it is because we were watching something about Jeff Bezos, who is like aware that humans like music, so he decided to learn the names of all of the radio stations nearby, so he could mention what radio stations were nearby if music came up.
Like a human.
Which is just like what in the fuck? Like, I've never encountered, like, yeah, sure, he is probably autistic or something. Like, he's not neurotypical. Jeff Bezos is not neurotypical. But I've never met an autistic person who's like, yes, the name of this radio station's nearby. That's how I will connect with other human beings over music. No. It's absurd.
Could it be his butts? That's funny. You get people who are musical who can't distinguish between tones or cross rhythm, but again, that's a neurological thing rather than choice.
Yeah.
I enjoy music very much, but I have like a terrible sense of like actually playing it. My sister is great at it. Like we're the exact opposite musically.
But what I mean is, like, even people who are amusic, people who can't distinguish between tones and graphs, their response to not liking music isn't going to be to learn the names of nearby radio stations so they can pretend like they know what music is. Like, no human is ever going to think that's how you interact with other people about music.
Ted Cruz, maybe. Sorry, you said no human. Sorry.
Very well planned out. Well executed.
I actually did not plan that out. that all happened in real time.
That's fantastic. Bezos has never been human, which is my point.
The average person only listens to the radio if they have no options. Yeah. I remember, like, being obsessed with the radio. Okay, so there's this radio station in LA, Southern California, called Kiss FM. And there's, like, the nighttime DJ during the week has, like, his, like, fancy camp. I don't know if he's still on. Like, last time I heard him was, like, a decade ago. But, so, he would have, like, his countdown show every night of, like, the top songs of the day, etc. And when I was in junior high, I was, like, obsessed with this countdown. Like, I had a notebook where I would, like, keep track of what the songs were. And, like, I didn't realize until fairly recently how fucked up it was that on this, like, it wasn't like a kids channel, but like obviously lots of teenagers listened to it, and he talked about his foot fetish all the time. That's how I learned what a foot fetish is, and I didn't even realize that it was a foot fetish until like that puzzle piece clicked years later. But it was like the running joke was that he had a foot fetish, and they would talk about his foot fetish constantly with all of the celebrity guests and everything. And, like, he would ask the women about their feet. I think he would ask the men, too, about their feet, to be fair. I know he asked the women about their feet.
When you say he talked about his foot fetish, what do you mean? Did he say, I really like feet? Or just, like, feet would come up a lot? Like, give me an example.
Both.
Okay.
Yeah. No, he would say out loud about how much he liked feet and how sexy they were. And he would have, like, audible reactions, like, like that type of thing.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, no, like, it was not subtle. But I was a very sheltered child, so I didn't get it at the time. I was just like, oh, people like feet. Okay. I mean, that's what I sounded like back then.
It kind of sounds like you did get it. It just didn't seem that weird.
Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, so that's how I learned about foot fetishes.
Which, I mean, to be fair, I think that's, like, how everyone should react about non-harmful fetishes. Like, oh, okay, some people like that. All right.
Yeah. But don't be talking about your fetishes
on air.
On your job that is listened to by children. That's my firm hot take right there. I know it's controversial.
Paige asked, your parents let you listen to them?
That's actually a really good question, considering how overprotective my parents were. I guess that they didn't hear that part. Because they would have stopped me from listening to it if they had.
Or maybe they didn't understand that people have foot fetishes, and so they're like, wow, he's really artistically passionate about feet.
No, it must have been that they just didn't hear it. Like...
Then it couldn't have been that often.
But they also didn't like my music.
Oh, okay.
So they didn't listen with me or anything. Like, and when we were in the car, he was the nighttime DJ, so it wasn't like I was listening to him in the car driving around with them.
Okay.
You know? So I guess they just didn't hear it. That's really interesting to think about. Because, yeah, they definitely would have put an end to that. But I didn't realize that it was something that, you know, was something to hide from them. Like, but, yeah, because, I got, like I said, very sheltered, overprotective, strict. Like, I remember once I was singing a Spice Girls song, and my mom got furious because the lyrics were dirty. And she made me sing it for my dad later to like be like, look at what she's listening to. And it was Saturday Night Divas. So the lyrics are get down, get deeper and down, get down, get deeper and down. Saturday night. That's what I was singing. And my mom was livid. I very clearly remember it.
I mean, I'm just surprised. Like, considering how
It's also
unambiguous it is, I'm honestly surprised the radio doesn't have people saying, I'm gonna fuck her right in the pussy. And it's just like...
Well, I mean, like... Ostensibly, that song is about, like, getting down via dancing.
Sure, yeah, right.
That's why I said
totally
ostensibly.
fucking believe... It's like the song, that has Nicki Minaj, Ariana Grande, and Jessie J, called Bang Bang. That's like...
It's about guns and cars.
No, it's about how Bang Bang can mean, like, friendship and hanging out together. It's yeah, we're gonna bang bang all night long. It's like that is at some point, yeah, this is not
Aximum
ambiguous.
doesn't like you saying those words, I'm guessing. I love that you have your picture saved in your phone, Andrew, just in case of a foot fetish emergency. Like, honestly, this is not me, like, fetish shaming. This is just me being like, wow, that was something I listened to all the time as a child. Like, without realizing it. Like, if you like feet, whatever. That's your thing. You do you, boo.
Why are we dropping the frames when we don't have any gap in the kilobytes?
But yeah. Very sheltered child, to say the least. Rock and roll itself is a euphemism for sex. Yeah. I mean, like, morality is so arbitrary and, like, yeah, like, jazz music used to be seen as, like, devil-worshipping music because it had a trumpet, and a trumpet would, and, like, beats, and that would make you think of sex. Like, it's just, there's always something for the older generation to disprove of with the younger generation. That's just human nature. I've actually seen, like, a compilation of quotes throughout the ages of humanity of people complaining about how the younger generation is, like, a sign of the end of times. And it's back, like, I think the first one is Socrates. Like, that's how long it's been going. Longer than that.
Like, there were concerns at the time that when writing was invented, that this writing shit's gonna ruin people's minds because they won't be able to remember anything. They're gonna have all their data stored on paper.
Yeah, it's gonna kill oral histories.
Like, that was like, the second we invented writing, people were already whining about new things.
Yep. I'm sure someone was upset about fire being invented. Like, it's gonna make us forget about vegetables. Or something. Yeah. There are always people who hate change, are resistant to change, don't want change, and will say whatever they can to try and get the change to stop. And, like, can I just say how much it confuses me and just baffles me that people see progressivism as a bad thing at all, ever. Like, just the word progress and the word progressive, like, that literally is good. Like, that, and just, like, for people to be like, no, I'm not a progressive. Like, so you're proud of the fact that you are stagnant and don't want growth or betterment? You're proud of that?
I mean, the conservatives could make the same argument that being conservative means you want to conserve the important things about our culture.
Which, like, okay, even as a historian, I'd rather be, like, have progress. Like, that's what history is. History is about progress. History is not about, look at how I've saved this thing forever and ever. Like...
What I mean, though, is, like, we look at these things as progress because, because the idea of progress is very much a subjective thing.
Sure.
I think we all happen to agree that all of everything we're fighting for is progress, but not everyone would necessarily agree. And so, like, they're saying it isn't progress, and you are lying by calling yourselves progressives, I think is what they think.
No, because, I mean, like, the resistance to the progressive movement is also, like, age-old. Right?
Oh yeah, no, I absolutely agree. But the thing is like not everyone actually agrees about whether or not the things that we want are progress.
And that also confuses me. Like, so you don't think people should be able to eat or see a doctor or not have their children starve or like...
Because if you take away their motivation, then they won't do anything. And so then you're just going to destroy all of their idea. I think they are wrong, by the way, fundamentally. Because they think if you take away the impetus, the reason to work, no one will work, all of society will fall and we'll all go extinct.
Yes, ignore all this evidence of people proving the opposite. No, I refuse to accept that and remain in my belief.
Yeah.
My wrong belief, I don't care.
Exactly, because they also think that all of those studies were done by people trying to ruin society.
Yes, the left, like, science has a left bias.
No,
like,
they believe
facts.
Scientists have a left bias and they are lying about everything. It all comes down to basically saying everyone else is lying about everything. Which, like, once you buy that 10% of the population is lying about everything, it's not hard to get you convinced that 90% of the population is lying about everything.
Yeah.
Because 90 and 10% are actually, like, closer to each other conceptually than, like, 10% and 1%.
Yeah. But first I'm going to catch up on chat. A lot of drum solos and songs were supposed to imply sex. Definitely. Also guitar solos. Yeah, because it's rhythm. And that's bad. Rhythm is bad. Cute feet are just slightly less offensive feet. IMO. Cute feet, the only thing I can think of when you say cute feet is like hobbits and dogs.
I don't understand how feet can be cute, but I believe that they are cute for people, but I don't understand how.
Gloria, that's a good song. Elvis the Pelvis. Bread into toast, that's funny. Conservatives always end up on the wrong side of history. Yeah, like, honestly, like, it feels like all good things that happen in history are like, conservatives fight against. And I understand that, like, conservatives preserve good things. Like, I get that. But, like, the importance between progressing, which is just, like, that's just a good thing, like, by definition, or conserving the old stuff. Like, that's not a difficult choice in my mind. Like, why do you want to conserve the old stuff instead of improving? You know? And I understand that, like, not everything's an improvement, etc., etc. But, like...
And not everything... Yeah. And you can conserve good things and still improve other things.
Yeah.
Like, the ideal is not, like, everyone should either be trying to stop progress or make progress. It should be, like, let's all figure out which things we need to improve and which things are fine to leave how they are.
Yeah.
Like, we can do that. That's an option.
Yeah. I can't count the number of people at community events where I live that talk about wanting to basically go back to the good old days of our town. Blech. Yeah, that was very much growing up in Orange County as well. I'm so glad that I'm not in Orange County now. Like, my God, I would be fired from every job because I would be snapping at dumb people. The moaning is a historical artifact in and of itself. As you say, as old as Socrates, it's kind of comforting that there's continuity spanning millennia. Yeah, one of the books that I've read about New York City history, like, one of the most consistent things about New York City's history in the hundreds of years that it's existed is people complaining about it changing. Like, that's the most consistent thing, change, and people complaining about it, which I think is very funny. Don't look at every country still thriving. Yeah. Also, if you happen to be a huge liar, you may project that onto others and assume they're lying too. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Projection is a huge problem. Like, Hold on, I'm gonna catch up. Yeah, Orange County, California. That's where I'm from. You were conceived in Orange County? I'm sorry.
That's weirdly specific.
I mean, probably I was too. So, hey, we have that in common.
Armac, I'm not sure if, I can't decide how much it is between conservatives being liars and projecting that on everyone else, or how much it is they have been told time and time again how everyone else is always lying.
I think it's
so they need to do it too.
Yeah.
I'm honestly not sure. I would not be surprised by either one, and I'd be interested to know if there's a study that actually explores that. But I don't want to make the assumption that it's one way or the other.
Yeah. I was born at Martin Luther King Hospital. I was born at UCI Medical Center. Now you know that about me. It's down the street from Disneyland. Why are we trying to go back and reverse Roe v. Wade and women's rights? Because conservatives suck. And don't understand science. Like, my mother is literally a scientist. She's a doctor. Like, she's actually kind of a big deal in the forensic science world. And she is a single issue voter who focuses on abortion because she thinks that's murder. She thinks, like, IUDs cause abortions, like stuff like that. Like, this is a scientist. And she's been brainwashed to believe that stuff. So yeah, like, it's wild. I don't know where I was conceived, don't want to. Yeah, let's not think about that. Yeah. So, religion is an interesting thing that causes interesting thoughts in people. One of, like, there's a meme that I will always repost that's a tweet where someone is like, it's wild growing up raised by Christians because you're told all your life, like, care about others, and then you grow up and they're like, you're not actually supposed to care about others, you stupid socialist. And that's exactly how I feel. MLK Hospital is now an EDD center, but it's still on Euclid. Oh, that one! Yeah. My junior high was on Euclid. Yeah.
At least it's easy to get around on that street.
Conservatives attract single-issue voters. Progressives have a more complex view of the world. Yeah, exactly. Like, the last election is baffling to me. Like, Joe Biden is Catholic. He's Catholic. My parents are Catholic.
Isn't he, like, the second Catholic president?
Yeah,
JFK was first, yeah.
But they still wouldn't vote for him, or she wouldn't vote for him, and I'm assuming it's because of abortion. Like, because that's how she always votes. Yeah, drives me crazy.
But in fact, like, I'm pretty sure the only president we've ever, like, had, like, confirmed to have, like, required an abortion is probably Trump. I mean, like, isn't it confirmed he's had, like, women get abortions?
So.
And I think it's the only president that we've had any confirmation has, like, directly led to an abortion occurring.
Yeah.
And that's the one they've lost their goddamn minds over worshipping.
Yeah. Well, it's fun.
I swear, if the left did that, we would... Like, imagine what it would look like if the left decided to start worshipping a particular presidential candidate or president the way they did over Trump based on our values. It would probably be like a rich white guy who literally owns slaves.
Yeah.
He's like, I have a house in Somalia and I've got 20 slaves. And we're like, yeah, that's our guy. Like, that's what the left would look like.
A guy who enslaves people.
True. I would be technically quoting him.
Yes, I understand. But we did just talk about that on Thursday.
Yes, that's a good point. Yes.
Yeah,
like,
just pray for people, but don't actually do anything for them. Except for, like, volunteer for a couple hours at a soup kitchen. Then you're good. I thought that a partner of George W. Bush's was rumored to have had an abortion. I couldn't tell you.
Not sure.
I was raised by double Bush voters, so never really got all of the bad stuff filtered down. Like, I'm still catching up on a lot of that. Abortion isn't as controversial here. It shouldn't be. But a girlfriend of mine who's a family physician herself, women who elect not to deliver naturally seem to be looked down on, particularly by women OBGYNs. Yeah. There's honestly, like, so I'm firmly child-free. Like, very firmly child-free. But I feel so bad for everyone who does have a child, because everything that they do, especially, just to be cisnormative, especially women, if you return to work, you are looked down upon. If you stay home, you are looked down upon. If you have a natural birth, you are looked down upon. If you have, like, there's nothing you can do where you're not going to be looked down upon by at least some people. And that's just the way that motherhood is right now for some reason. And then, yeah. Oh, the roommate is here. Barbara, yes. How do you feel about trying to do the first Star Trek episode tomorrow?
What day's tomorrow?
Sunday. You're down. Would Sundays work for you?
What time?
Let us know.
That's not a question for us. That's a question for you.
I mean, I didn't know if you had a time in mind.
No.
I guess evening would.
We were talking like early evening, late
not
afternoon.
Too late. Like 6.
Okay. Y'all want to tune in tomorrow at 6 Eastern for the first Star Trek live stream?
An hour versus.
Like, plan for an hour, go longer if it works.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so it's tomorrow night, or tomorrow evening, 6 p.m. Eastern. We're gonna plan on an hour.
At 3 hours, 1 hour of which will just be with Barbara, at least 1 hour of which will be with Barbara.
Okay. So join at 6, and then Sunday stream is at 6. But yeah, we'll figure it out. But yeah, so tomorrow first Star Trek stream, if you are interested. Yes, and we will see how that goes and go from there. I don't think we're gonna do a movie night just because, like I mentioned at the start of the stream, the only movie that I can really think of is Gangs of New York, and it's like a 3.5 hour movie. And the only other one that I can think of is The New World with Colin Firth and Christian Bale about Pocahontas, but that movie is almost a silent film. Like, it's it's beautiful, but it's very slow and quiet. And so neither of those will really lend themselves to a movie night, I think. Well, let me catch up on chat. You would want to bring a kid into this world, let alone into the U.S.? I would not very much. Oh yeah, the judgment is thick out there for moms in particular. Yeah, I feel so bad for all moms dealing with it right now. It's like, I feel like it's the worst it ever right now than it's been in a long, long time. There's no way I would shoot a watermelon out of my butt without anesthetic. That's what I say all the time. Like every day. The Jewish couple denied the chance to adopt a disabled boy from another state was such a sad story. Saw it on TYT. That drove me crazy. So I'm never going to have children. I'm never going to birth children. That's not going to happen.
You're never going to generate a human with your body.
Yes. But I am slightly open to the idea of adoption, because there's a lot of kids out there who need homes. But I would be very insistent on the fact that it would need to be a child with a disability, preferably a child of color, because both of those children have the hardest time being adopted. And I have almost 20 years of experience with people with special needs. And I prefer kids with special needs to typical kids, which I know is weird, but, like, I have a better rapport with them in general. But yeah. Sunday, 6 p.m. Eastern, yes. That is the plan. EDD would be erectile dysfunction.
Disorder?
No, it's a place.
Oh.
Yeah. Can't be there
Right, so
tomorrow, but I will catch the VOD if there is one. There will definitely be one. What? I'm catching up.
Okay.
I can't forget. Yeah. Can't be there. Sure. What's the time now so I can work it out? Oh, right now it's 12:30?
12:51.
12:51, sorry. It's small. Yeah, so it's almost 1 o'clock here. So, and it'll be at 6 tomorrow. Christian Bale got my attention. It's a good movie, The New World. It's good. It's just almost silent. Like, it's very much capturing what it would have been like to be in, like, what is now Virginia, back when, like, only the first white people were showing up. Like, lots of nature noises, lots of silence, lots of, like, yeah, it's beautiful. And the actress who plays Pocahontas, I can never remember her name. It's very long, but she's very talented. If you've ever seen The Alienist, she's in that. And she's very, very good as Pocahontas. And she's actually Native American. And Christian Bale is John Rolfe. Colin Farrell is John Smith. So yeah. We live in an extremely ableist society. My last visit to New York City before moving here, I started working with kids with special needs when I was 18. I started working with adults with special needs when I was 16. And so one of the very first kids that I ever worked with, I am still very close with. And so when we started working together, she was like 8 or 9, and now she's an adult, which is wild. And so she was 19 or 20, I think, and we came to New York together. We stayed with other roommate, and I'd never been here with someone in a wheelchair before. It was a completely different experience than I'd ever had with it, like, before. Like, the subway was not an option for us because of how unpredictable the accessibility of the subway is, which is now something that I have to deal with whenever I go somewhere. And, like, it's not a workers' comp thing where they send me a car, because even, like, if the subway is marked as accessible, a lot of times the elevator won't be working, or it'll have a giant pile of shit in it. Like, which is literally something that has happened to me. I had to take the stairs.
Several times.
Yes.
In fact, it was the same elevator twice a week apart.
Yeah. I don't know if it was the same shit, but it was the same elevator. And yeah, so, like, it's very difficult. And then, like, also walking around, like, a lot of the curbs would have giant gaps, so it was really difficult to get the wheelchair up. Like, just one thing after another. But yeah,
And to be clear, it's not like the city of New York government doesn't give a shit. It's because this city is 300 years old.
Yeah. It's just old and needs updates, and is not getting those yet. They are slowly adding more elevators to more subway stations, though, which is really good. Let's see. What's it called? Oh, the movie is called The New World. It came out when I was in high school, so I'm gonna say like 2004, 2005. Yeah, very pretty, but very slow. But yeah. So yeah. I very much would like this city to be updated faster, to be more accessible. It's a big problem, honestly. And like, so one of the things that I'm wanting to do for having my own like guide company slash itinerary company is to also have like a map of like, here's where it's safe, like where you can go to the bathroom, like if you need accessibility. Here's like these curbs are particularly bad, so stay away from them, or whatever, you know, stuff like that, just to make it a little bit easier, because I was having to figure all of that out in real time, live at the scene, and it was a lot. It was an amazing trip. Like, I loved it so much. We had the best time. I took her to her first musicals ever. It was great. But yeah, it definitely was very eye-opening on the issues in the city. But yeah, so it is improving. It's just not fast. Traveling with someone in a wheelchair has challenges. One of my best friends has been in a wheelchair since we were 16. There are so many challenges people don't realize. Yeah, whenever I am traveling now, I have to request wheelchair assistance at the airport just because it is inaccessible to me to travel if I don't have someone there helping. Like, I just can't do it. And it's a very different experience at the airport when you are having wheelchair assistance, in good and bad ways. Like, I don't have to wait in the extremely long security line. Like, I get to cut in front of that. But then at the same time, like, there's all these other things that, like, so it doesn't make it like, oh, this is the best perk ever and that's it. Like, there's a lot to it. We have some marvelous sidewalks in Minneapolis. I don't pay a lot of attention to them, but they don't demand my attention if I'm not tripping on uneven pavement. So, fun story, when I first moved here, one of my friends here told me that, like, you can tell when someone's from New York City because they look down when they walk. Like, the tourists are the ones looking up. And then a while later, I was walking Smeagol and I realized, like, oh, I'm looking down. Like, oh, I guess that means that I'm a New Yorker now. But that's dumb. Like, this is my actual thought process. I remember it very clearly. So it was like, but that's dumb. Like, I'm missing all this stuff if I'm looking down. Like, what about all the architecture and stuff? And, like, people. Like, I should look up. And so I look up and literally immediately trip over a giant crack in the sidewalk. Like, almost instantaneously. And I was like, oh, okay, that's why. Yeah, got it. Don't question it anymore. But if you're looking down, you also don't get stopped by buskers. Raffle Iron, if you're here still, there's a little tip for you. Be looking down, buskers won't stop you. But yeah. Okay, let's see. What attention? That's funny. There's a vid I'd love you to watch and critique sometime. Oh, send it to me. And I will let you know what I think. Thank you, Atomic Elbow. I'm guessing you're referring to the maps ideas with that. And yeah, there's this video, so, oh my gosh, I'm blanking on his name, but there's a YouTuber who has cerebral palsy, and he is so funny, and, are you gonna Google what I'm talking about?
Nope.
Oh, would you like to Google what I'm talking about?
Sure.
And he has this video where he comes to visit New York City, and he really, really wants to have these, like, rainbow bagels that they make in Brooklyn, and he's staying, I think, near Times Square, and so he decides to see how long it will take for him to get to the rainbow bagels from Manhattan. And it literally takes him all day. Spoiler alert, sorry. But it's a really good video, it's really funny. Say, cerebral palsy. There we go, Zach Anner, there we go. And his whole channel is amazing. I love him so much. He's so funny. He makes a lot of fun of himself, which, like, I've talked before about how there's, like, a big difference in working with adults and kids with special needs, and, like, how one of the things is, like, the adults have had more time to adjust and adapt to their disability, whatever it is, and how to, like, live in the world with it. And, oh, like, my favorite people to work with are the people who have, like, found the humor in it and can laugh at it, and, like, we can make jokes and stuff. Like, the girl that I was saying, like, that I brought to New York, like, that's how we are. Like, we're just constantly, like, joking and laughing when something ridiculous happens that would, like, otherwise make you cry, you know? That's just kind of my, philosophy in general. Is you can choose between laughing and crying, so choose to laugh if possible. Is there much dog crap in NYC? You will get ticketed if you do not pick up your dog poop, if you're caught. So.
Yeah, it's actually not a big deal. I think there's only been one time where I've nearly accidentally stepped in dog poop.
Yeah. It's rare, but it does happen, and it's one of the reasons why you want to be looking down. My town has had 3 water pipelines break within 2 days. One burst on Tuesday, and then on Thursday 2 more broke. Oh my gosh, that's awful. Oof. What a nightmare. I hope that doesn't, it has not affected you. Okay, good. Oh, Andrew knew who I was talking about.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a great channel. Like, check him out in general. He's so funny. Like, he has these workout videos that are just hilarious. Yeah, he's so funny. But yeah, check out the bagel video. It's very funny, but it's also very thought-provoking, and it is very eye-opening to a thing that, like, you don't really think about unless it affects you directly. But it's something that people should be thinking about. Like, one of my biggest problems with dealing with my surgeries and everything is that the action of walking upstairs hurts very badly. Downstairs is fine, but going upstairs is a problem. And it makes a subway station without a working elevator, it makes it an ordeal. And it will make it so that I last a lot less time that day. Like, physically, my endurance will be depleted by a staircase. I hope they have live reporters on the scene for the water main break. Did you see the reporter hit by the car? I only saw what TYT covered with that, and they couldn't play the actual video because of copyright reasons, I guess. But women are badass. Like, I thought I was very funny. I called it the Chumbawamba principle, that if you knock a woman down, she will get up again. You will never keep her down. I think I'm very funny. Yeah.
I'm actually just generally curious from a biomechanical point of view. Have you tried going up the stairs backwards, and does it hurt in the same way or differently?
We have discussed this before, and I don't remember what the answer is.
Okay. It's just very fascinating. It's like, I'm trying to understand how does your skeleton run into problems?
Well, it's lots of muscle and nerve.
Yeah.
Like, that's the main problem more than the skeleton.
Gotcha.
Anna was very moved by it. I love Anna. Like, the reason that I watch TYT, like, the reason that I started watching them, and why I keep watching them, is that like, we've talked about, like, how my empathy level is genuinely problematic in my life. And so when I am taking in the news, I care a lot. Like, a lot. And I will cry over news items and stuff. Like, like, I'm not just, like, idly watching. And one of the reasons why I, like, after I discovered TYT, I kept watching them, is that I was like, oh my gosh, I'm watching news presented to me by someone who cares as much as I do. Like, the amount of times that I've seen them cry over news pieces, like, just the care that is, you can't fake it. Like, they genuinely care, and that makes such a huge difference to me, personally, when I watch it. Like, I don't want the, like, monotone, expressionless anchors who are just reading from a teleprompter. Like, I want someone who is aware of what's going on and also cares about what's going on. And that's what I have found at TYT, and I find it invaluable. Chink doesn't cry, he rages. Yeah, that's true. The vid's from this guy called Paul Joseph Watson, a northerner right-wing, but he's basically an 80-year-old grouchy man in a 30-year-old body that makes vids on why he thinks modern art is shit. I think he's funny, though no doubt people take him seriously. I want your opinion as a native on his New York City as a shithole bit. I don't understand people who center their lives around insulting other people. Like, I like complimenting people. I like, if I see a stranger and I think something nice about them, and I don't think that I will get shot if I tell them it, I will tell them it. Like, if I see, like, a woman whose hair looks amazing, I will be like, your hair is amazing. Like, And that is definitely female privilege. Like, I know a lot of men can't do that. But, like...
Yeah, we can. It's really easy. You just actually say something really nice about something the person has physically done, and they'll be appreciative. Just don't be a fucking creep.
Yeah.
Like, I am not this really super attractive guy that walks around and people are like, oh man, he's really hot. I know I'm not. That's fine. I've still never been accused of being a creep by anyone when I give them a compliment, because I'm not a fucking creep about it.
That's genuinely impressive that if no one's ever called you a creep giving a compliment. Like, genuinely. Just because, like, even if someone is being nice, as a woman who exists in the world, it's very difficult to not be like, what's your actual motive? And, like, be distrustful and kind of, like, side-eye and be like, I don't know why you're talking to me. Like, what is your true intention here?
Yeah, no one's ever thought of... No one's, like, ever, like, said of being creepy or, like, shied away from me or, like, I'd say something nice as a compliment and then I would go away, like, 5 feet away and go do something else. And then whether or not they wanted to continue to interact was entirely their decision.
Yeah.
It's really easy to not be a fucking creep.
Post games are what got you hooked. Interesting, Atomic Elbow. Yeah, I think I mentioned, like, TDR was my gateway drug. Like, I would watch the clips of TYT. I started listening to the podcast for TDR. That led to listening to the podcast for for the main show. And then I started watching the shows. And once I started actually watching the shows instead of the clips, I couldn't stop because I started getting to know them as people. And I started really enjoying them as people. And, like, you only get that if you're watching. Like, otherwise you're not really seeing that. You're just seeing people presenting news. Whereas I'm seeing, like people that I genuinely care about. You know? Like, I'm fucking making Funkos of them. Like, and yeah, so that I think is the really big difference with them. As opposed to, other places. Like, I really like Pod Save America and Love It or Leave It. You know, like, I really like, what's that network called? Not Cracked. You know what I'm talking about. That one. Like, I really like them, but, like, even they don't feel as genuine as TYT does.
Even More News is really good. But they're weekly. Monthly? Weekly, I think.
Yeah.
But they're a comedy act. That, like, they're news disguised as comedy.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I know I'm, like, just interacting with this camera a lot. I'm not really a Jack Johnson fan, but I have always liked the line in one of his songs that says, why don't the newscasters cry when they read about the people who die? Yeah, like, people are so desensitized and it is exacerbated by robotic people in the news. Yeah, I think that, like, part of the whole, like, empathy problem that I have and the fact that I'm not desensitized is because I grew up without TV. So I didn't grow up just, like, seeing casual violence all the time. Everything that I watched, like, my parents chose because it was movies that we would watch together. And, like, you know, there are problematic elements to that. Like, I grew up extremely sheltered and naive. But also, like, I love the fact that I didn't get desensitized to important stuff, you know? Like, I hated it growing up. Like, everyone would be talking about, like, a TV show that had a new episode the night before, and I would have no idea what they were talking about, and I hated it. But now I'm really grateful for it. Like, I like me, you know?
It's funny, the TV shows I wasn't allowed to watch as a kid were The Simpsons and later on South Park. Both of which were heavily critical of American culture.
Yeah.
And like all the brainwashing stuff on TV that like tries to build this concept of capitalism as this force for good in the world up in your brain is like, that was absolutely fine because like everyone thought that was fine. It was The Simpsons, which was a critique on modern America, was like the thing I wasn't allowed to watch because it was crude.
Yeah.
It's like, if you think The Simpsons is crude, you are missing like 99% of the show.
Yeah.
Which is
The epoxy pieces.
Ah.
Because I want to fuck with his hair a little more. And I know that they feel that. Back when Smeagol was throwing things off the couch. Here's one. Smeagol, where'd you put the other one? In here somewhere.
one of these days I want her to guard like a thing that is easily decomposable into many constituent parts. So I can just take it apart in front of her.
Oh my gosh. Imagine the heartbreak on her face, though. You wouldn't be able to handle it. I know you know that's true.
Then I would reconstruct it in front of her face, and she'd be like, "You are like unto a god."
Okay. Let me... Where's the keyboard? I need to scroll up, because I've missed a lot of chat. Okay. Hold on. How many guys actually know how to be a gentleman? Started off watching clips in the main show on YouTube, then hopped over here to Twitch. Yeah, I was definitely starting... No, I became a member on the website. That's where I was until I switched to Twitch. And then somehow I'm a mod now. That's funny. I just, like, up until extremely recently, I was, like, a only lurker. Like, occasionally doing little sarcastic comments, but really just kind of staying out of things. It's still a little weird that people know who I am. But yeah. It was the whole family of TYT that appealed to me. Dave, Steve-O, JR, Jesus, yeah. I definitely missed out on a lot of the, like, old school stuff. Like, I've only been watching for 2 years, I think. So, but I've only been paying attention to politics, really, since 2016-ish. Like, excuse me. I started paying attention a little bit in 2008, and then, like, until 2016, I was, like, Daily Show, Colbert Report, like, that type of, like, politically aware. But yeah. So, I'm still catching up on stuff. But it was also, like, I was kind of, like, avoiding politics just because I knew that, like, I felt differently than my parents and my family, and I didn't really want to get into that drama. But, then in 2016, it was just, like, first off, I went on medical leave. Yep, I'm about to hit 6 years of medical leave in, what's today? The 23rd? In 2 days, I'm going to be hitting 6 years of medical leave and surgeries. That's the milestone that I have coming up. But yeah, so like all of a sudden, like I went from 5 jobs and constantly on the move to being stuck at home all day, every day, mostly alone. And so that kind of like filtered out the bullshit and made it so that I could focus on the important stuff. And like as time went on, I became more and more focused on the important stuff and to where I am now, which I'm pretty happy with. I wish Cody would be on TYT. I don't know who Cody is, but that's my ex's name. I'm going to assume you're not talking about him.
What was the question about Cody?
I wish Cody would be on TYT.
Oh, that's from Even More News.
Oh, okay.
Where he just like looks at a disheveled, angry man who
Oh,
hasn't
him,
washed
yeah.
his clothes in 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's great. Sorry, like when I see Cody, that like, I lived with my ex for like 2 years, like so my brain is gonna go to that.
I mean, hell, I think I lived with my ex-wife for 2 years before realizing we like weren't a couple anymore. Like we weren't a couple for like 2 years living together. We just didn't notice.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I got hooked on Shank's rants back when they could use profanity. First new show that would say the quiet parts out loud. That's rad. I wish I could have seen it back when they cursed. It seems like that's a fairly new thing still. Like it probably. I'm guessing it started like right before I started watching that they stopped being able to curse. But yeah, I got hooked on John. Sarcastic nerd. That's what I want. If a sarcastic nerd is going to be giving me the news, I'm all for it. Like, I will actually watch. Yeah. Okay. Oh, actually, Mom, you grew up without TV also, and the news makes you cry all the time. Hey, yeah, so we are buddies there. Brian Williams quoting Leonard Cohen watching missiles launch was disgusting. I am not sure what you're talking about. I really love Leonard Cohen's music, though. I don't know a lot about Leonard Cohen as a person, but yeah, I listen to his music a lot when I'm trying to fall asleep. I like TYT because they will call out both sides and you can look into what TYT says and they're telling the truth. Yeah, like, so before the pandemic, I was taking in, I think I've mentioned on here, like 8 to 10 hours of news a day and breaking it down for my friends because they didn't have that time and I did. And when the pandemic hit, I cut down to like 4 hours a day because I just had to. And by that time, I had realized, like, here are the ones that I know I can trust. Here are the ones that are always giving good information. And it wound up just kind of, like, whittling down to, like, mostly TYT now, because they are the ones that I knew I could trust, and they're the ones that I knew would consistently give me the good information. When they make predictions, normally they come true. Not always, but normally. And yeah, like, they know what they're talking about. So yeah. How many sirens do we get a day? Ooh, that is a good question. A lot. We live in Brooklyn in a mostly black neighborhood, so big police presence, unfortunately. I can't believe they're both still going. I'm a celebrity. Thank you, Atomic Elbow. Yeah, absolutely. Famous on there? I'm not famous on there, just people know who I am. Which I guess is good. No. Like, you know what I mean, I think. It started when they went onto YouTube TV. Got it. Yeah, he's really funny. Some More News is really funny. He's really good at breaking it down in a way that is both accessible and amusing, which I think is very important when things are difficult. Anything that airs on the live linear platforms, they can't swear. Yeah, which sucks. Yeah, I definitely have, like, Brother Shows, I definitely remember seeing clips, like, all the way back in 2012, but I didn't, like, click for more. I, like, shared those clips and then moved on, you know? John and Arlene met on Common Room. You can go back and watch their first shows with Brett and Brett's woman as Brett was. That's so cute! I didn't know Common Room was that old. Oh, I love that. That makes me extra sad that it's gone then. That's adorable. Cody's a good comedian. Yeah. Okay, look at me! I cut up on chat. Okay. Hi. You're cute. Still kind of trying to find this thing. I don't think I'm gonna find it. Just Jared's hair's uneven and I need to fix it. When they had TYTU. Yeah, I definitely joined after TYTU. I was really bummed this last year when they didn't do the, like, Newlywed Game for Christmas. Cause that was so fun and so funny. And, like, I was already bummed that, like, Brooke wasn't gonna be there to do it with John. But, then I was extra bummed when they just didn't do it at all. Jordan and Audie. Yeah, I don't know if this came across, but the outfit that I picked for Audie, for her Funko, is the outfit that she was wearing on the night that she sang the song to Jordan. And, like, it's the outfit that she's wearing when she's doing the flossing in that clip. But yeah, that's why I picked it, because I felt like that was a outfit that she was very careful when in selecting, you know? Postmates. Yeah, I'm bummed that I joined later, but I'm glad that I'm here now, you know? And I joined Twitch just a couple months after they started doing Twitch. So I've been there almost the whole time it's been there. So that's something. Yeah, so so that's this. Jordan is like a mono outfit person, so I couldn't really give him a special one. But yeah. So oh, they're so cute. And they're together. She needs to come up with placing a new setup for the Funko. Like a plinth or something. So I still keep on I still haven't decided how I am going to be doing their Funko sending. Because, my original idea was to make them pick who got it so that I wouldn't be splitting them up. But now, I want them both to have their own. But also, their accessories are going to be, interactive, with each other. So, do we want to do that? And then there's also, I could send, Audie to Jordan and Jordan to Audie, but then, Audie's accessory is being made in a way that she can use it. So I keep on debating on that, but we'll see. Going to be sending out Brett and Brooke and Chink and Anna soon. Hopefully this upcoming week. I used to watch on 2it.com, then I made a Twitch account so I could watch Common Room. Never looked back, I'm addicted now. Yeah, that's pretty much what happened with me. I would watch Daily Show. I would watch Damage Report and Main Show, or I would listen to the podcasts, and then Twitch happened. And here we are, literally. Give them both to Audie, Jordan gets nothing. Too bad Audie is in the Morocco. Oh, that's so true. I could just drill open her head, just something in there. Send Audie to Jordan and vice versa. Yeah, it's really just the accessories is the only reason why I wouldn't be doing that. And also not splitting them up. If I do send them both to Audie, then she would have more decoration for her setup. But Jordan has room also on his. I don't know. Yeah, so this is where what my brain keeps doing. Fortunately, producer Brian is taking a while on finishing the accessories, so I have time to debate. Yeah, Audie is flying to DC soon. You could mail them both to her. Do you know when that is happening? Ricky? Because that would be convenient.
And if you want to give, message us more details, so that it's not, publicly everything that, yeah.
What he said. Spiegel, where did you hide the epoxy? You put it somewhere. Do you know where? She's not even answering. Can someone explain this whole thing, please? People make drawings you can easily cut and paste, but they sell for 6 figures. Is that about right? Yeah, it's rich people not knowing what to do with their money. That's all it is. It's dumb. Don't even try to understand it because
it's also
dumb.
Money laundering.
Yes, definitely money laundering. It's don't try. There's no point in trying to understand it because it's made in such a way that it makes no sense.
I understand all of it, and it's
Smeagol ate it.
Basically, someone's tried to create their own way of defining ownership that isn't actually compatible necessarily with the definition of ownership, the legal definition of ownership, and so it's an illegal gray area anyway.
Yeah. End of February.
Okay.
There's a deadline.
Okay.
Yeah, it's ridiculous because you could totally just right click.
Well, the thing is, it's not whether or not someone else can have a copy of it. It's just defining whether or not you are the one who officially owns it or not.
So it's basically just being mine. This is mine. Fine, you can look at it. Mine. It's mine. You can look at it, but it's mine.
Yeah.
That's all right?
Yeah.
Got it.
And the definition of mine doesn't necessarily legally mean anything.
It's more like the Finding Nemo seagulls.
Yeah, kind of. And also using a lot of computer hardware to do complicated math to say, look at all these computers that have done hard work. That proves it.
Mhm.
We've lost all bandwidth. We're dropping all the frames.
Oh no!
No one can hear anything from us right now.
Oh no! I gave the TLDR.
Where's the keyboard? I need it.
Oh, here.
I stop reading because no one can hear anything.
Can they see?
No. They can't. Nothing is getting through, period.
Can you say in the chat that you're working on it?
Yeah. Yeah, looks like it's back up.
Are we good now? Can y'all confirm if we're good?
Yeah, okay, cool.
Yay!
Yeah, I can't tell necessarily whether or not people can hear, but it looked like no one could hear us.
Okay. Cool. Awesome. I think we were talking about the NF2.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
Armac said, call Twitch Mr. Magoo the way it's dropping frames.
I remember when they were doing an NFT story on the main show, and like, so I don't lose my temper very much, but you know, like, it happens occasionally. It's mostly with rude people. That's the main problem. You could see and hear the whole time. Oh, that's funny. Your AOL froze, Atomic Elbow. I forgot that Australia time is still the 90s. Well, we didn't say anything particularly scandalous, I don't think. So, I hope you enjoyed whatever secret words we were saying. But yeah, so in the main show, they were talking about NFTs, and like in the chat, we were just talking about like how dumb NFTs are, and I said something along the lines of like literally you just right click and save, and so someone responded to me, and they were like, "That's a dumb comment," and like, and I was like, excuse you, like I don't remember what I said. I think I just like was like whatever, and then, like, right after that, Anna said the exact same thing. When she was just like, you just right-click. And so I just, like, added the person just because I'm a brat. And I was like, oh, do you want to say that to Anna, too? And they were like, yeah, Anna, your opinion is uninformed. And this is, I'm like, no. Say it the way you said it to me. Like, and that's when they apologized to me for being rude.
Well done.
So, yeah. That's me losing my temper. But yeah. People are horrible. Like, they're rude. And, like, rude people need to be called out. Because otherwise they just walk around acting that way thinking it's totally fine, and then they end up on I Wish a Karen Would.
Yeah.
That's the natural progression.
Yep.
So really, I'm doing this for them. Look at how nice and smooth this is. Man, someone drummed the fuck out of this. It looks great. Anna is very smart. I very much agree. Anna is, like, the fact that so many people hate her so much boggles my mind. But I also am like, yeah, she's a successful woman. Like, so of course they're gonna hate her no matter what. But like, she is so like well-spoken, like very firm in her like ethics. Like, yeah, I love her. I'm late. Did I miss the Star Trek tangent for the night? You missed us deciding when the Star Trek stream will be. So tomorrow's going to be the first one. It's going to be at 6 p.m. Eastern. And we are thinking about an hour. I will be minimally involved, but it should be fun. So be here at 6 Eastern tomorrow. I wish I could be on more during the day. Yeah, like, they have a lot of daytime content now, which is like, I'm glad that I'm on medical leave and I'm stuck at home and I can watch them, but, like, that sucks for everyone else. Butt spot. Yeah, sometimes butt spot just needs to be put on timeout. Didn't he say he had to get back to work selling game crypto before he left the chat on TYT? I think something like that. Did you see that page when that happened? That was so ridiculous. And yeah. Anna's the adult I want to grow up to be, even though I'm older than her. I am a couple years younger than her, so I am allowed to say that without any qualifiers. So, yeah. I definitely would like to be as, like, badass as Anna is when I grow up. For sure. And married to a super hot dude who will sometimes salsa dance. That's cool. He'll be at work. Well, the VOD will definitely be up, Baron Kraken. Also, hello. Sorry, I didn't say hello. And without trying to sound like a grouchy, out-of-touch right-winger, I don't get art and its cost anyway. There's this UK artist, Tracy Emin. She had a tent, and on the inside she cut letters out of cards like a little kid would in school to say, "This is every man I ever slept with," and listed them, sold for like £500,000. Art is subjective. Like, and I think like the whole reason behind like modern art and stuff like that is just to get a conversation started. It's supposed to make you think. And sometimes it is supposed to make you like be scandalized if you're uptight or whatever. But yeah, like I feel like that's a solid conversation starter, even if it is weird. And like there's a lot of times where I'll look at an art project and I will be like, well, I could have done that, you know? But the response that I saw once somewhere when someone else said it that really stuck with me was like, someone was like, I could have done that, and then someone else was like, but you didn't.
Yeah, that's
what it comes down to. Like,
yeah,
I could have, but I didn't.
Yeah. Could you have thought of it?
Yeah.
Oh no, was it? Yeah, that's the point.
Yeah. I kept getting whispered from a little gremlin on Friday because mods kept deleting his messages and I was laughing at them. I kept replying, yeah, whatever, and they kept at it. Finally told him, look, I'm not your girl and you're not going to convert me into your cult. They blocked me. You get all kinds. That's so funny. Yeah, like, it's so interesting watching, like, the little, like, trolls and arguments and stuff. I was trying to figure out who was arguing with him, didn't realize it was you. Very sneaky.
I mean, arguing isn't quite right. Mocking mercilessly is probably a little bit better.
Yeah, it's a little more like it. I want to grow up to be John, even though I'm old enough to be his dad. Yeah. Like, John is more, like... I have very platonic crushes on John and Brett.
I'm not sure.
I know that sounds
those are
weird, but I don't know either. But like it's like similar to a crush, but it's more like I want to just hang out with you and be your friend. Like, and I would have a regular crush on you if you were not wed. You know, because I don't like even in the abstract, cheating is one of my no-nos.
Were I unwed, I would take you in a manly fashion.
There it is. But yeah. This weekend is a hectic schedule of appointments for me. Oof, good luck. I know those weekends. If I had a hot hubby like Anna, I'd be bragging about him too. I just whispered you the link to the early Common Room YouTube vid with John Arlene Book of Bread. Thank you! I will totally watch that later. That's awesome. Yeah, I thought that Common Room was something that started with Twitch. I didn't realize that it was a thing before that. Because before Twitch was a thing, I would just watch the 2 shows and then stop. Like, I would sometimes watch Happy Half Hour. But yeah, like I didn't really do anything more than that.
Oh, I know what those little bits flying across are. They're like what do you call them? Emotes in the chat, but for some reason it's not picking up one of them.
Oh. Sense of humor are sexy, absolutely agreed. They're required. Who else is gonna laugh at my jokes? Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna laugh at my jokes. I always do. I think I'm hilarious. But it's always nice when other people laugh as well. It's nice and affirming, you know?
Now what's gonna happen is we're gonna do this. Does it send those over? Let's find out.
I guess not. They're all hot on there. Yeah, TYT is a collection of very attractive people. I will agree with that for sure. I think they get mad when I laugh at them, so I poke holes in their arguments. Yeah. Trolls don't like it when, like, they don't get the reaction that they want. Which is usually just, like, blustering outrage. Like, that's what they want. They want us to be like, how dare you!
Speaking of poking holes in arguments and such, at one point, one of my exes, like when I met her, like I was talking about something and I like skipped over an explanation of one of my points. So like I included a fallacy in my argument because I was like, I just don't want to get into explaining this part because it was like a 5-minute digression that wasn't really important. And like this was like our conversation when we were meeting. She just named the specific logical fallacy I had committed. She didn't explain it. She just gave the agreed upon name of it. And I was just like, now, that's really hot. And it was just like at the drop of a hat, like if a computer gave a compiler error kind of response, and I'm just like, wow, I've never been turned on by anyone before like that. That's incredible.
I'm just Pop Trigger and Jason Carter. I love Jason. I've only known him as a TDR guest, and I think I've seen him on Power Panels a couple times in the before times. Wait, I've been watching since the before times, so it's been more than 2 years. I've been watching for probably about 3 years then. Cause yeah, I was definitely watching well before the pandemic happened. But yeah, Jason is amazing. I'm sad he's in Florida. I would totally watch a show of his, absolutely. I don't know who Grace is though. Else I think I'm just unironically the Joker. I'm sad I missed all this. Aw. Holy shit, wow, Brian, what was that in response to?
About my ex just like dropping the name of the logical fallacy and maybe like, wow, hi.
I dated someone once because they knew the word Sonder. And I got really excited because I'd never met anyone else who did. Sonder is like the realization that everyone around...
But that everyone around you has their own internal lives and
yes.
like that they're experiencing things. You're like, holy shit, there are so many other brains right now that are braining. Yeah.
Like, that's one of my favorite things, is just thinking about, like, the lives of other people around me and how, like, I'm just, you know, like, walking past them for a second, but they have their own drama, their own, like, goals, and, yeah, I get really lost in that. And so when I met someone who knew what that was, I got really excited, and dated him for a couple months. Big mistake. but would probably repeat, honestly, just because I know my weaknesses. Grace Aldridge? Oh, for TYT. Is she the Australian one? Is that one? I love it when you're smart as you trolls, especially the way you go about it. You are part of the show amongst other trivia that I pay attention to. We are TYT. Oh, that is so sweet, Chip. I love that so much. Yeah, I have been a lot more outspoken towards trolls in recent times. Like, I just kind of, like, ignore and, you know, but, I don't know, I think that just, like, becoming more involved in progressive politics in general made it so that I can't ignore it on any level, you know? I guess that's it. Does that make sense? But thank you. I love that comment. It makes me very happy. I always worry that, like, I'm being just as annoying. Like, that's always just, like, a paranoia. I don't know who you're talking about, Atomic Elbow, I'm sorry. Jade Love. I live in Texas. I never feel like I'm surrounded by brains. But from all my Texas friends, from what they say, you have good hamburgers. So, you're good, right? I think? Isn't that the way it works in Texas? During the main show when we watched either Gary Chambers ad or Charlemagne, a troll said, "Here you go, monkey, eat the banana." And none of the mods deleted it, but what should you do in a case where the mods didn't catch something? I know that day it was full of trolls. Had I seen that, I would have responded in some sort of, like, excuse me? Like, do you want to repeat what you just said? For, like, so that everyone sees it? Like, something like, that is something that needs to be called out. And very easy to miss as a mod. Like,
yeah.
I definitely understand that. Let's see. Butts. Ow. You can always whisper a mod. There was one day I remember during a Friday on TDR where in the wide shot you could totally see the entire Dwight you ignorant slut pillow. And like at the start of the show I was like, hey, that pillow is fully visible. And like no one noticed or did anything. And so I waited a little while and then I was like, at Brooke Marks! That pillow, it's visible. And like during a segment, like while they went into the tight shot, she like snuck in and put like a stuffed animal in front of the word slut and then like snuck back out. And like I was like, holy shit, that was so fast. It was very impressive. Like I did not notice it happening and I was like actively looking for is something happening. But yeah. Texas has the best barbecue. There's a Queer Eye episode where there's the two sisters who have a barbecue place. I would totally want to go there. Because I love them. They were adorable, and I want them to be happy. Matthew McConaughey. What about him? I think you're hilarious. I get you guys. Oh, thank you, Chip. I love that. Like, mostly my humor is for me, and I hope that other people laugh. Thank you. I appreciate when people respond to those things to increase visibility. So much text. Yeah, for sure. Like, it really is, like, easy to miss things in active chats. Like, I'm sure I've missed a whole bunch of things tonight because this is, like, the most active chat has been in a while. Which I love. Thank you very much. I love active chat. Brooke is the best. Agreed. I love her. She's hilarious. And, like, her and Brett together are just, like, perfection. Like, they bounce off each other so well. Like, their rapport. I love it. I think I died during 2020 election coverage several times, yes. So many working parts of the stream. Mods do amazing. 800, 1,000 to 4 to 5. I don't know what the numbers mean, but I agree with everything else, for sure. The energy between Brett and Brooke, exactly, yeah. Definite excellent point of contact. Yes, she's very responsive. I've messaged her a couple times about stuff, and she's always like on it, and I love that. Point of butt tact. Yeah.
No one attending
oh, for
them is
Texas.
allowed to speak.
That's all I know about Texas. They have barbecue, and Matthew McConaughey's from there. That's funny. I have 2 cousins from there. They grew up in El Paso. And then I have a lot of friends from different areas of Texas. So yeah, I'm very connected to Texas way more than I want to be. I wish all of my loved ones in Texas would just move elsewhere.
Yeah.
Especially the women. That's how I feel. Dr. Phil. Oh yeah, Dr. Phil is from Texas. That's right. This was also a week of only getting 8 hours 2 days together, so my brain is so fried. I barely can think straight. I only slept 2 hours last night. My sleep pattern has been ridiculous. I feel that. I have cousins and friends in Austin. Yeah, I have Austin, Dallas, El Paso, College Station. Like a bunch of random areas of Texas, all over the place. And Texas is so huge. Like it should be multiple states. Hey, want to learn a fun fact about Texas? So you know how there's Texas, and then right above it is Oklahoma, and Oklahoma looks like a pan, and it has like that handle that goes above Texas in a straight line, right? Do you know where that came from? Why they have that handle?
Racism?
Yes.
It's always racism. If anyone ever asks you, do you know why this weird historical fact? Say racism. They're gonna go,
yeah.
Wow, you know about it? No, I didn't. I had no clue. I didn't even know that existed.
Oh, Chip, that totally makes sense. Got it. Yeah. So apparently, basically, there was like, so there was the line, and it was like you can have slavery below the line, but not above the line. And Texas had this little sliver that was above the line, and it would have made them not able to be a slave state. So rather than give up slavery, they gave up that piece of land.
Strategically, in terms of like what you want, makes sense.
Yeah.
Like it's obviously horrific racism, but like, oh, okay, that answers that question.
Yeah, definitely.
And like, it given the values that they would have had at the time, it makes sense as the right decision. But given their values, which I do not share.
Yep. So in this story, I guess Oklahoma's the good guy, which good for them. Hank Hill.
Atomic Elbow said, "How many people became too many in chat? Watching chat on Hassan's stream. Hassan, yeah, thank you. Hassan's stream is impossible. No. It almost seems like
I didn't even see that you said Hassan. I was just like, too many people in chat, like Hassan, and then you actually had said Hassan. That's funny.
And it's like it seems like there's no point in even bothering to moderate his chat.
Yeah.
Because like anything that goes in there will already be scrolled up within the next second. Mm-hmm. Why bother moderating it? No one ever sees anything that's said.
Yeah. How many mods does he have? Does anyone know?
I don't understand why he'd bother with them. It doesn't make sense to bother having mods.
Racism is an educated guess, Chip says.
Yeah.
That's funny and true and sad. It's a lot of things. It is reasonable in the sense that people use it as a reason successfully. That's very funny. So that used to be the border before we took Texas.
No. It was the Texas used to have that sliver, and then
but
as
having
a
that
country.
having that sliver would have made it so that they couldn't keep slavery as an institution, and so they gave up that sliver of land rather than give up slavery.
So technically, it was theirs before they joined the Union, I guess. Because if they had joined the Union with it, they could not have remained a slave state.
Mm-hmm. I think so.
So technically, yeah, actually, I think you're right. Paige, that used to be the border before we took Texas. Technically, Texas joined joined this.
Sorry, I misunderstood.
Yeah.
Yes.
because Texas, I believe, is the only state that was separately a country before joining the United States.
Texas is like as big as Europe.
Yeah, because I mean, it literally used to be a separate country. Like a lot of people forget that. Yes, Texas was originally part of Mexico.
So was California.
And as was California. Texas seceded from Mexico, and I think it was around 10 years. They were like, we're our own country. Oh shit, we can't do this. And it said, hey, United States, can we hang out with you? And we said, fine, whatever. And they're like, cool, we're a big state now.
Yeah.
It's a very, very, condensed version of the history of Texas. And any historian who, studies Texas specifically is going to go like, oh, that description gives me a headache, but, that's...
It's that cartoon of, I guess!
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess. The entire Louisiana Purchase, which was
it was a lot.
Yeah.
It was half of the country.
Louisiana, the state of Louisiana is 1/20th of the Louisiana Purchase.
Yeah. So when I was talking about how the Great Lakes affected the country existing, part of that is because of the Louisiana Purchase. It would have gone completely differently because of the way that the colonization had happened. The French versus English would have played out different, this whole thing. Yeah. So the Louisiana Purchase is a big deal, obviously.
Alaska, part of Canada as well.
It was Russia. Alaska was owned by Russia we got it from them. Yes. Fun fact. This is why I know that as a fact, and it is tied to a New York City fact. So if you go into Manhattan, there is City Hall, and then right behind City Hall, there's a courthouse, and it's called the Tweed Courthouse, and it's pretty. It's a 19th century building, official government building, But the thing was that it was a giant money laundering scam. And so they were building it, and this is right around the time of the Civil War draft riots. And there's actually a reference to it in the movie Gangs of New York. It made me laugh very hard, and it was just a little Easter egg. But it was so they were building this courthouse, and they're like, yeah, it's going to cost about $250,000. In 19th century money. No, in today money. But the thing was that they were, they were laundering money and taking giant cuts from stuff. And so they were doing things like each broom cost $1,000, stuff like that. So it was just, everything was being significantly marked up to ridiculous levels. And then people would be taking, a cut from it. And so the final, price tag for this courthouse that is still there, was $15 million. Which is, I think, 2 or 3 times as much as we paid for Alaska. Yeah. Wild. And so in Gangs of New York, there's just this little throwaway line where Jim Broadbent as Boss Tweed, who was the main leader of the corruption of Tammany Hall, he's just the scene opens with him being like, oh yes, gentlemen, and here you'll see the plans for the courthouse. It's going to be a modest little thing. Or something like that. I can't remember the exact line, but it's something like that. And when I first saw that and heard that, I laughed so hard. I was like, that is such a great Easter egg that 5 people get.
And now I will too.
Yep. Okay. But yeah, so Alaska was owned by Russia, and that's who we got it from. It was geographically part of Canada, but that's not how things work, unfortunately. His mods do a lot. They generally don't. He employs a couple full time. Oh, that makes sense. Texas and California. So basically, and Texas and California, and then the states in between them. All of those were Mexico. Louisiana was owned by France at that time too. Yes, and so there was a slave rebellion. I hate saying the word slave, but that's the title of it, in Haiti, and it was successful. And so Haiti was actually taken over by the enslaved people and became its own country, which, you know, had pros and cons. And before that, it was owned by the French. And Thomas Jefferson went to try and buy the land from Napoleon, like, right after this happened. It just happened to be right after. And Napoleon was just, like, annoyed and exhausted, and he was like, whatever, I don't even care. I don't even want to deal with this. Like, and I think, like, immediately after the Haiti Rebellion, there had been one, like, in Louisiana or near Louisiana, and it was not successful. But basically Napoleon was like, I don't even want to deal with this. I'm tired, and, like, this is bullshit. And so he basically, like, sold the whole thing for pennies. So if the slave rebellion hadn't happened in Haiti, history would have been very different. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Thanks, War of 1812, yeah. Can we just divorce Texas already, give asylum to the good Texans first, though? If only. So some POS goes so far as to shoot up a mall on the border because he doesn't like Mexicans, and Texas was from Mexico anyway. Yeah, lots of people who are, like, considered, like, immigrants, like, their families have lived there for generations. Like, they were there longer than Texas has been a part of the United States. And people act like they're aliens. I don't know what I was correct about, but thank you, Rhetoriku.
About Louisiana.
Oh, okay. Louisiana Purchase was basically the whole center third of the country. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, large portions. I just pulled up the Louisiana Purchase.
Oh yeah, just put the link in chat so that people can see how big it is.
Yeah.
That's what she said.
Hey. It's about a fourth of the entire continental U.S.
I knew it was a different country, but couldn't remember if it was Canada or the Ice Bridge. Yeah. America's just a corporation. Many people have no issue with that, though. Yeah. Broadbent. Yeah, Jim Broadbent. He's, like, one of his main things is that he was in Moulin Rouge. He was the, like, guy who owned the Moulin Rouge. In Gangs of New York, he plays Boss Tweed, who was, like, in charge of the Democratic, which, at the time, they were the bad ones, like, machine that ran New York City. And it was extremely corrupt, and he was one of the most corrupt, and he died penniless, alone, in prison. And that's what I want. That's all I want for Donald Trump. That's it. I want him to go the way of Boss Tweed, where that's how he dies and no one remembers him. But that's not going to happen. He's already made that there. Anyway.
Yeah, Andrew, it is a huge fucking chunk. Like, it stretches from the edge of British Columbia in Canada to New Orleans.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think it contains any of actual British Columbia, but it contains part of Alberta and Saskatchewan, which then later became Canada.
Yeah.
Part of Canada. Yeah, it is massive.
Did I watch Boardwalk Empire? Boardwalk Empire aired right before True Blood, so basically every week I would watch, like, the last 5 to 10 minutes of Boardwalk Empire, but I don't remember any of it. So, that's one that I should probably watch at some point. Plus it has the Boosh, and I love the Boosh.
Yeah, there are 6 entire states where...
Louisiana isn't geographically in France either. True. I learned a lot of American history from that, at least around Atlantic City area. Yeah, I love shows like that where you're actually learning real history. That's one of the reasons why I really love Outlander. Like, it's lots of fictional characters in real historical situations with real historical people.
The U.S. is the U.S. Continental U.S. at many points has been multilingual. In fact, there are parts of the United States where the official language is English or Spanish, not English. The United States as a whole does not have an official language.
Yeah.
It's not only does not have, it's definitely not English, but it also doesn't have one. I believe either the first or one of the first parts of the country to specify a official language specified to be Spanish, not English. Like, everyone thinks that the United States is an English-speaking country, and the majority of people here do speak English, but that it is not a universal thing by any fucking stretch. There are a ton of people here who do not speak English. and there is no requirement for Americans to speak English. So it is like only a English-speaking country in the same way that it is a Christian country, in that most of the people do that. Not we are required to. We can learn Spanish in school. We do generally learn English in school across the board.
I took Spanish basically throughout school, but like never retained any of it. They don't care if you actually learn it. They're just like, here's Spanish. Here, how do you say, where's the library? That's about it. Or how do you say, like, there's a cat in my pants? Like, yeah. Lafayette is from Hamilton, yes. He did a little bit more than that. He's kind of a big deal. There's an old Eddie Izzard joke where she's like, I can't remember the context, but she was something like, yes, the United States and your debt of honor to General Lafayette. And then just kind of waits as the audience just kind of like awkwardly titters. And then she goes like, you know your own history, yeah? Like, yeah. The answer is no. Americans do not know their own history. And I say that as one of them who tries really hard to know the history.
Yeah.
When I was a little kid, I lived in the oldest permanent colonial settlement in the Louisiana Purchase. Natchitoches. Interesting. How old was it? Like, did it seem like an old place? Or was it just like, this town's been around this long? Or was it like preserved and like historical? I'm curious. My grandmother was born in Louisiana and didn't speak English until she was 7. Wow. French, I'm guessing? Or Creole? Yes. That is correct. They only taught French or German in my school, and they assigned you? Oh, that's dumb. But I got French, and that suited me great. French is a very confusing language to me. I don't understand how it works. Like, why don't you say most of the letters?
Historical reasons.
I mean, yeah. Like, I've actually looked up why don't you say the letters. And it's very interesting, actually. Like, it was a really interesting read. But it didn't make me understand French any better. It was just like, okay, that's why. But why? If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cajun French. Ooh, Cajun French is pretty. It's a good accent, too.
Yeah, there's, Creole in Louisiana. Another example of a language here is spoken that's not English. There is a language that is partially derived from many different sources in some of the coastal southern states. Let's see here. There's a couple other language isolates.
Los Angeles was very much a part of Mexico, even though I don't think it technically existed. It was definitely on Mexican land. And, like, everything in Los Angeles is Spanish. Like, Los Angeles. But, like, all the street names, almost all the street names, like, it's everywhere. Like, Los Angeles is full of people who will, like, yell at illegal immigrants and then, like, drive on La Cienega. Like, that's, you know.
Yeah.
Community is a wonderful TV series. French is fucking sexy and great food. Yeah, agreed. I was talking about Community earlier. What was the context for that?
Do you remember why I mentioned Community?
You can't disappoint a picture.
Oh, yeah. I was talking about when Troy meets LeVar Burton. Because that's basically how I feel about Tig Notaro. Yeah. 1 in 3. Butt Angeles, that's way more accurate butt spot. Yeah, Los Angeles is the worst. Los Angeles is consistently ranked the most disappointing tourist destination in the world. Like, people go to LA thinking it's one thing that it very much is not. And it is, like, and they're disappointed because it's, like, it's not what you think it is if you've never been there. My grandmother taught me how to cook Cajun food. Ooh, her greatest gift to me. I wish that I could eat spicy food more, because, like, there's so much good sounding spicy food out there, but I like when I order Indian or Thai food, I will put like in the notes, like, please as mild as possible. I am so white. And I have to say that because that's the only way that they'll take me seriously. Like, that's the only way that it will be an actual tolerable spice level. If I don't add I am so white, it will be too spicy. Like, my spice tolerance is hilarious to most human beings with taste buds. But my taste buds are very sensitive. LeVar Burton. He's a good dude. I was online friends with his daughter at one point. But I have no idea, like, what happened to that at all. I want recipes. Yeah, Cajun food is so good. You're cute. You're very cute. Sounds like my mom's tolerance of spice. I joke that she thinks mayonnaise is spicy. Yeah, like, I will have people taste things that are, like, right at my spice tolerance level. And how do those taste to you, Brian? When something is right at my spice tolerance level?
I can't tell that there's any spice.
There you go. Yeah. Like, once I got Thai curry, and it was really good, but it was so spicy I was crying, and I could not eat it. I just couldn't. And my ex and our roommate, like, both tried it, and they were like, Danny, this is, like, sweet. Like, it's embarrassing. I don't like it. It's the same way that I feel about horror movies, where it's like, I wish I could appreciate this more because I know I am missing out on so much awesome shit. You know? But, like, my body physically will not allow me to enjoy this. I hate it. Yeah. I am so white. Yeah. Technically, I am half not, but I don't look it. And my spice tolerance is the whitest thing about me besides my skin. Honestly. Like, yeah. It's like the embarrassment level of, like, having to ask for a fork in a Chinese restaurant. That type of thing. You know? Hi. Yeah. You checking out on me? You're a good girl. This is Smeagol, everyone. I hope you enjoy meeting her. She's very sweet and quiet.
Speaking of Americans not knowing their own history, did you know that in 1946, roughly 11% of the United States population spoke, let me make sure I get the language name correctly, or say it
Tagalog?
correct. Filipino.
Tagalog.
And Tagalog. Like, there's multiple, like, yeah.
Yeah.
And if you don't know what the hell I'm talking about, and that dropped off to roughly around closer to 0% the next year. If you don't know what the hell I'm talking about, it's probably because no one ever mentioned to you that the Philippines used to be part of the United States. And if you're going, wait, what the fuck? Yeah, what the fuck indeed.
You've seen the cartoons with people crying while eating spicy food? That is often me, and I don't really notice. That's something that confuses me. Why do you guys like food that hurts you? It causes pain.
We just do.
I don't get that. I'm not a big fan of horror games, during Game Busters. Yeah, I wasn't super paying attention to that, because that's not really my thing. Like, it was playing in the background, you know? Smeagol is so cute. You are so cute. I like a bit of spice, and my parents constantly tell me I need to increase my thermocritical maximum. Nerds. That's fine. My mom starts all our pepper plants for gardening, and she categorizes jalapenos as sweet peppers. Oh, that's so funny. Both of my parents really like spicy food. I like to blame my spice tolerance on my British grandmother, but she also liked spicy food. So I don't know where it came from. It's weird. No scary movies. Agreed. I'm trying to watch some just to, like, appreciate the art form, because there are very good movies out there that are terrifying. And I feel like I'm missing out. But it is definitely not my go-to genre by any means. I tend to date people who really like horror movies, and so I wind up having to watch it with them. But other than that, I generally avoid them. My ex's parents had a small restaurant, Mexican food, and I ordered the spicy shrimp. Important, bread into toast. What state was this in? I'm just curious. Unbeknownst to me, the cook made it extra spicy just for me, and I ate it all. The cook liked me after that. That's so funny. I thought it was a Spanish colony or some shit. No, it was part of the United States.
Well, it was before that. It was a Spanish colony. They rebelled against Spain. The United States was in, at the time, a war with Spain, which you may be familiar with. It involved us being pissed at Cuba specifically, and then like the Philippines are fighting Spain, and then we looked over at the Philippines, went, "You're part of Spain, fuck you too," and then we invaded them, killed a lot of people there, made them give up on fighting for their freedom, and said, "You're ours now."
I grew up with a lot of Filipino friends, like a lot. There's a huge Filipino population in Southern California. I could list for a while. And Filipino food is so good. Filipino food is the best. The things that they do with glass noodles, oh my gosh, so good. Shrinks. Alien wife puppy is adorable. Alien sock puppy. I read somewhere that tobacco, peppers, chilies, whatever, only grow on one island, and that's soon underwater.
Nah.
I don't know anything about that.
Tabasco is just regular fucking peppers. Like, it's really fucking boring. Yeah, don't worry.
In California. Okay, good. So, good Mexican food. Perfect. Like, I don't care if this is fighting words. Tex-Mex is an abomination. That's not Mexican food. That's food covered in sauce and cheese.
Which is fucking delicious, but not fucking Mexican.
Yeah. And New York City has a lot of Tex-Mex, but I have found some really good, like, actual Mexico or Mexicali style restaurants here, and it's very good. Rhetoriku says, "Thanks, I'm also not wrong," along with the holy shit.
Yeah.
But also not wrong. I like psychological thrillers. Like, those I will watch semi-regularly. I like movies that make me keep thinking after I'm done watching them. John Cusack is in some really good thriller movies. But, like, I'm not good at jump scares and gore. I can't do that. People says they're grown in Louisiana, which may not help much in being safe from climate change destruction. Yeah. Audie's sock puppet was so sweet. Audie's sock puppet? What did I miss?
During her stream, she had a little sock puppet that had a green nose that was showing up black.
That's right. Okay. Yeah, that was adorable. I forgot about that. Tex-Mex is an abomination. I stand by it. But yeah, it's not Mexican food. I think it's partially also just, like, I don't like cheese, and, like, I also don't really like the, like, red sauce and stuff. Like, that's not the thing that I like about Mexican food. I like my Mexican food, like, I will often order solo carne. Like, that's all I want.
That's fair.
I
mean, I don't like it without cheese, but
yeah,
that's where they're.
Have I seen 1 hour photo? I have not. No, I know that's the Robin Williams one.
Yeah, it's really fucking terrifying.
Yeah. I think that, like, my parents wouldn't let me watch it when it came out, maybe?
Good choice. If you were in an age where your parents could make that decision for you, it was a good decision.
That's fair. So is American Chinese food abomination, I say. Compared to actual Chinese food, yes. On its own, good. That's what I will say. So, yeah, just like Tex-Mex.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll say that. Okay. I mean, I don't think Tex-Mex is good, but I can understand that people do. Also, I think that the history of American Chinese food is very interesting because it was immigrants who had struggled a lot to get here, and then when they got here, struggled even more. And one of the only ways for them to legally stay was to own a business, and that's why there are so many Chinese places and Chinese food and Chinese laundry places, because those were two of the only options that they had for businesses legally. Like the racism against Chinese people historically in America is shameful. And so they had to open restaurants in order to stay where they lived. And then on top of that, they had to work with ingredients that they didn't know and weren't used to. So like that's why all of the why the recipes shifted so much, is because they didn't have what they had at home. And then if you go like East Coast and West Coast, Chinese food is different, because you know the immigrants landed there and both independently had to work with what they had. So yeah, so I get nerdy about Chinese food. Sorry. Oh yeah, for a birthday. That's right. I pay attention to things. Honey walnut shrimp fruit Ricky is my favorite. It is a family tradition to eat that every Christmas Eve, and I cannot find it here. The closest I can get is rock shrimp, like appetizers at Japanese places, but they do not make honey walnut shrimp at any Chinese place I've found here. And it makes Christmas Eve frustrating, because that's what I want. Let's see. You can love it, but it's not real Chinese food. You have to watch it. It's a really good thriller, and it has Robin Williams. I love Robin Williams. I watched a movie of his called The Angriest Man in Brooklyn. Brooklyn or New York? I think it was The Angriest Man in Brooklyn. It was amazing. Mila Kunis was also in it. It was like this guy finds out that he has like half an hour to live or something like that, and like tries to make amends for all of the horrible things he's done in his life because he's been just like a shitty dude. It's so good. Like, it's so good. If you can find The Angriest Man in Brooklyn, I highly recommend it. American Chinese food, yeah. There would be more Asians here if not for the Chinese Exclusion Act. Yeah, because not only did they keep Chinese people from entering, but on top of that, the only people that they had let in were men. So, like, there were very, very, very few Chinese women in America, and that really limited what the men could do. Like, they couldn't start families because they couldn't marry white women. And so that's why, like, New York City had a big problem with Chinese gangs, which were called tongs, because, like, it was a bunch of men. Like, not to say, like, men will always form gangs, but, like, men who are oppressed, men who are sad, men who are...
Sexually frustrated?
Yeah. Like, they're gonna take it out, because that's human nature. And yeah, so Chinese Exclusion Act, fuck that thing. Like, that was a shameful part of American history, absolutely. May not be authentic Chinese, but it's still delicious, yes. And Indian takeaways, the racism against insert any race in the US is shameful, agreed. Well said, Axiom. Tex-Mex is not real Mexican, nope, it's its own genre. I'll allow that. Chinese buffets on Christmas are the best. Yeah, there's a buffet place by my parents' house that we used to go to all the time. But we don't anymore because I'm here and COVID, and it's too much walking for my dad now. But yeah, like Chinese food on Christmas, that's where it's at. My sister-in-law's parents are Chinese and owned a Chinese restaurant here. What they cooked at home was totally different to what they sold in the store. Yeah, because in the store they were catering to white people. Like, white people want specific things at a Chinese restaurant, and so they make that. But that doesn't mean that they want to eat that, you know? I know. Honey walnut shrimp, it's a problem. If you want to ship me some honey walnut shrimp on Christmas Eve next year, I will absolutely accept it. Yes, I could make it myself, I know, but I'm not, I guess. Okay. East Coast, West Coast, the system oppresses Chinese food so much its corn does not reach full maturity. That's funny. Armek, I love you. You're wonderful. I love love Mila Kunis. Smeagol was almost named Mila Kunis, but I got vetoed. I really wanted to name her that because she had giant brown eyes, and it would be really fun to say things like, Mila Kunis, what are you eating? Did you poop on the floor? Mila Kunis? And that's funny. You're so lucky you got all these different countries' foods on your doorstep, even if it's westernized. Agreed. I love having options. You can go to a different restaurant every night for dinner for over 50 years in New York City and not go to the same place twice. I'm trying to catch up on chat. Okay. You'd say we always farm games, we need something to do, yeah. They're going from their own hierarchy to try and wrangle power from the one that's already dominating. Yeah, agreed. I went and got rotisserie chicken and macaroni salad for Christmas. Ooh, yum. It's the middle of the night and I'm craving Panda Express, specifically Panda Express. Panda Express is good honey walnut shrimp. I like theirs. Okay. Watch where you step. That's for you.
Yep.
Okay. I caught up with chat. So, other roommate needs to sleep, which means that we are gonna raid someone. We're gonna wrap up. Thank you, everyone, for, let chat catch up. Who's on? Songery, Pinko, John Lee. John Lee only has 7 people watching. Like, it looks like he just started. So John Lee or Songery? That rhymes. Does anyone have a preference? Thank you very much, Rhetoriku. That's so sweet. Thank you, Andrew. So 6 p.m. tomorrow Eastern.
Yeah, it's on the schedule on the channel if you want to check that out to verify. Yeah,
officially on the schedule. We will see how much I appear. It'll be fun. Thank you, everyone. Okay. You're all just having your own comments. I love it. The Songery? We could go to John. That's what I'm thinking. John doesn't have a lot of people. So yeah, let's do John. Because he just started. Yeah, thank you, everyone. This was a really good Chaturday. I really liked this. Thank you, everyone, for, like, participating so much and everything. That was wonderful. And thank you, Rhetoriku. $250. Yeah. I have 10k followers on my memes page. I need to get them all over here. But then I'll be like Hassan. So not all of them, but some of them. But yeah. So, okay. We are rating John Lee. Thank you so much, everyone. And I will see you either tomorrow or Tuesday. So, and in the meantime, I'll be researching Scientology and getting on their list. So, bye.